Talk to 989898.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Brandon Hutchison, Executive Vice President and General Manager of Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Make no mistake about it, we're big customers of Georgia Power. It really is a true partnership. We've ran NASCAR's highest level of racing. In the early days of Atlanta Motor Speedway, Atlanta International Raceway, as it were, they raced twice a year, and that was about it. And then we started figuring out that this is an 850-acre campus that can do so much more. And it's not just the larger events that impact the region. It's the local events that really impact our community. It's a big responsibility for us to be such a big player in our community. And there's no doubt that Georgia Power has fan experience front of mind all the time.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit georgiapower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia. Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
The target was ICE. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Investigators in Dallas say that is clear from the writings of the shooter who killed himself after opening fire on a Dallas immigration enforcement facility yesterday, killing a detainee. A federal prosecutor says the 29-year-old called ICE employees people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck and had hoped to terrorize them. FBI special agent in charge, Joseph Rothrock, says significant planning went into the attack.
We know that he obtained the firearm in August. We also know that he was looking at a number of DHS facilities and he had downloaded that information. He was looking at the apps, as my counterpart mentioned, to see where ICE agents would be. So this was not something that just occurred yesterday. It came to a conclusion yesterday, but this is something months in the making.
One ICE official at the briefing appealing for hateful and violent rhetoric about agents to end. President Trump earlier today again condemning what he calls left-wing rhetoric. His comments coming during a White House meeting with Turkey's leader, where he also signaled new hope for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Following a large meeting with Arab and Muslim leaders earlier this week, President Trump says he thinks negotiators are close to a ceasefire deal.
We had a really great meeting. I think a lot was determined at that meeting, and I have to meet with Israel, and I have to do that also. They know what I want.
The president is sharing a 21-point plan that reportedly includes the release of remaining hostages in Gaza, a permanent ceasefire, and a Gaza security and governing framework that does not include Hamas. President Trump is also assuring Arab leaders that he won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. On the war in Ukraine, President Trump is pressing Turkey's leader to stop buying Russian oil, echoing the broader message he's been sending to Europe about how Russia funds its war. America is listening to Fox News.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft. If that happens, LifeLock gives you the U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims. Your agent handles it all. In fact, they're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. It's nice to have an expert like that on your side. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela! Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Look out. It's only me. It's only the Kimmer with Pete Davis, sidekick, producer, sports raconteur extraordinaire, and the mechanical mangler at the controls. It's Hump Day on my +1 with Flounder in the back there.
What a day I was born.
That's kind of a little confusing. Did we have a murder out here today? Do I understand that correctly?
Yesterday.
No, it was just now.
No, it was today.
About an hour ago.
You had one 2 days ago, too, right up the street.
Yeah, but this happened apparently right outside Flounder.
Mike sent me the news article, but apparently when he was coming back from getting lunch, they were covering up the car so they could kind of examine, I guess, the body and the details of what happened.
We don't know what happened. Somebody got killed. Did the cops shoot him or was it a gunfire?
I'm not sure.
But again, it happened right outside, right?
Let me get the story and I'll send it to you.
And by the way, that's the other thing. I mean, don't hold it against us. We are not a news or operation. We don't have a news department. We're talk show hosts. So we don't have reporters on the scene going live now. So but we'll find. So right out here, there was a shooting. Somebody died, and there are cops everywhere. So that's all I know. And I was here. You can check my fingerprints or gun residue. Nothing. I have nothing to do with anything. Anyway, and sorry, somebody died. I don't know what happened.
Again, the latest that I have is a chase and death investigation have shut down part of Cobb Parkway near the Battery at Truist Park.
Aha.
Flounder, thank you so much.
So
it wasn't the Battery. It was Cobb. He did something somewhere and he ran into or...
Yeah, because it was it was right in front of the entrance to the Battery on Cobb Parkway.
And he drove in.
Wow. Okay, look, we'll keep you posted. Again, don't know what happened, but when we find out, we'll pass it along immediately, of course. Anyway, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, our number is 404-741-1230, 741-1230. And we have Pete's tweets, and we have Flounder's funnies, and we have Holy Crap at Sports, and we've got a tribute. With all the political hate that's going on now by the leftists, now that they're turning to assassinations and murders, we're going to take, in a few minutes, we'll take a moment to kind of look back and try to take a different perspective on the former president before our current president of the United States, and see if we can't maybe come together with at least maybe saluting something we may have overlooked. That'll be coming a little bit later on. Let's see, a billion things. I got a bunch of TV things to talk about, and a quick one I'll start with before we get into the actual news and the latest on a couple of celebrities in the news, including we'll be talking about women's breasticles. And a very famous personality in the news for the wrong side of politics and so forth has now decided that she's going to be boob-free and extremely excited about it. And by the way, there's a lot of showbiz things going on. All of a sudden, it's popping up. There's a lot of kind of behind the scenes showbiz stars are popping up on podcasts or writing books, and there's more of that coming up today. And the reason I'll mention it is because I have more. There's more on Priscilla Presley's new book coming out. I think it's out today or whatever. And I would rather hear excerpts and look at excerpts of little interesting tidbits about Priscilla Presley and Elvis and Lisa Marie and so forth, I know it's the actor, get over it. Cher hit him in the face. Nicolas Cage. Stuff like that than I would with Carmella. I mean, have you seen any of the audio and video sound bites of her about her book? Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, they did a whole interview on CBS Sunday Morning with her, and all she did was say great things about, they always were in love. They never married again. They had a connection. And then you find out about the book, and she does nothing but crap on him.
It's unbelievable. I mean, between Carmella and Putty Tats now on doing interviews and stuff, and he says, well, I was really in a hole. I had to climb out of a hole to make it up to my wife, Michelle, because after all those years of president, I kind of had to start doing some fun stuff again. I mean, going, oh my God, just kiss my foot. I mean, what a punk. What a dirty, rotten snake. And he's, so, well, I had to make it up to me. Yeah, make it up to this. How about make it up to your country? Freaking stupid dividing hater. God, I hate these people. And false walls. Tampon Tim. I guess he was showing off his silver star that he was awarded in Afghanistan. Oh, that's right. He chickened out when he sent his troops over there when he wanted to go politics. But he said, I'm with you all the way, boys, in spirit. I'll be in spirit right here behind you while you go to war there. That'll be fine with me. And he's complaining about Donald Trump as a traitor and an anarchist, and Newsom. Oh my God, Newsom, California governor, was actually almost weeping when he was so afraid that there will not be an election in 2028 because of Donald Trump. He won't let it happen. He's taken over this country, and we will not even have a president. I guarantee you, he says, I guarantee you we're not even going to have an election for president in 2028. And if I have any, I go, oh my God, I want to hit him in the face. Guess what a punk, what a dirty, rotten snake weasel. All right, sorry. Those are some of the things we'll be talking about lately.
They tried that in the last two elections.
I know.
And it didn't work last time. No one believed them.
They can't stop. I mean, it's really outrageous. And I honestly, I watched him last night. I almost fired a couple of rounds into the TV. If I hadn't just bought the damn thing, I'd be. I mean, seriously, I watch these people and I think, how did they dare say these things out loud? Anyway, they're going. Okay, a couple things. Quickly, before I forget, and we assume he's still okay, haven't heard a word. Captain James T. Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise is in the hospital. William Shatner. He was taken to the hospital because he called him. William Shatner's 94, and he said he realized something was wrong with him, and so he said he called the emergency, and they sent an ambulance to get him, and he put him in a hospital. He has a blood sugar problem, and he was in L.A. at his home, and he called him, and they came to get him, and he's in the hospital. They say he's doing well and resting comfortably. It was a year ago. William Shatner said he'd been diagnosed. What a bizarre story. William Shatner noticed a lump under his ear, went to his family doctor. The doctor says, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. We'll massage it and monitor it, and you'll be fine. Okay. A month later, he got a second opinion. The second opinion, he's in the doctor's office, and Shatner says, I'm in the doctor's office, and the doctor says, it was melanoma stage 4. And Shatner says, I said stage 4? And somebody in the room said, sorry. And he said, wait a minute, what are you sorry about? He was like, better pack your bags. That person who said sorry was very sad. He said, like, you're going to die. And I said, I was going to die? He said, yeah, if this treatment doesn't work, you'll be dead in 5 months. This is how he found out he had stage 4 cancer last year. Anyway, he did treatments, and they did immunotherapy and surgery, and he's cancer-free. And he also has tinnitus, which I've had because of gunfire type things, and he's got a fairly serious issue of it, which is a special effect from explosions and everything. It's a hearing condition, can be temporary or chronic, and anyway, whatever. William Shatner, 94, and he's in the hospital, but he's doing fine, and apparently it was a blood sugar thing. So we'll, keep our fingers crossed and keep you posted. But again, 94,
Right, yeah, he put out a tweet that says basically the rumors of my death have been exaggerated. Don't believe AI in the tabloids.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's still got a sense of humor, but again, 94. I mean, if
he looks great for 94.
Yeah,
he does not look. I've never seen a 94-year-old look like him.
Yeah. And, bless his heart, he's doing fine. And by the way, speaking of old people, I tried to watch, I DVR'd and tried to watch it this morning from last night, The Golden Bachelor. And honestly, it made me. I mean, and the guy. I don't know if you know anything about this guy. You guys aren't watching this show. I'm not going to anymore. I couldn't take it. I was too horrified. But this guy's a former football player, and his name ought to be Rock Square Jaw. I mean, he's a big, burly, former linebacker.
Thick jaw.
Yeah, exactly. Captain Rock Strongface, and he's big, burly, blonde with a rock granite chin. I mean, he looks like wow, like that. And
the Germans had won the war.
That's right. And the women are showing up, and of course they're, between 60 and 70 or whatever, and they're all kind of lumpy, and they're all had a lot of work done. One of the I watched about 8 minutes of the show, and I couldn't stand it anymore. They get out of the limo and they come bouncing up. One lady brought her a ventriloquist dummy doll, and she was a ventriloquist, was doing a ventriloquist act with him. And the next one I saw was a firefighter, retired, and I think, oh my God. And of course, they're trying to be all sweet and sexy and teasy and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I felt bad. I really felt bad. And then, then I got angry thinking about a grown woman who's trying to attract other men, and she succeeds. Well, anyway, but it was cringeworthy. It was really to me, and I'm sure it's just my age. I wonder who watches that Golden Bachelor of the oldies trying to find love again. Which is great. I hope they do. I hope they all do. But honestly, it made me thank God that I'm out of the ball game. Seriously, it really did. I think God bless America.
Are you a fan in the stands watching? Or are you outside selling hot dogs? What are you doing now?
What are you talking about?
You said you're out of the ball game. So
I got nothing. No, I'm walking out of the ballpark into the parking lot, hoping to thumb a ride home because they've towed my car. So that's my 0 for 2 in a game called on account of darkness. Good night, everybody. Yeah, that's my life. 3:13. Kevin Payton Flounder. So much Thursday. So sue me. Here we go.
When conflicts escalate around the world, don't let the mainstream media scare you into believing their narrative. Get it right with Atlanta's only conservative voice. And trust the Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, and our entire lineup to give it to you straight. Don't buy the fear. Just keep it here. Extra 106.3 FM and the all-new Extra app.
Well, I'll be off to see the kids in a couple of days, and, they're going to get a kick out of all those pictures I've been sending them, and by the way, now they can get to keep them in person if they want, or I can keep them at home, because Atlanta Safe House will take care of your stuff the way mine is safe and sound, unlike when I was in Florida, didn't have my Atlanta Safe House safes down there, and lost medical records, and the VA said, well, whatever, it wasn't quite like that, but still my fault, because I messed up. Keeping your stuff safe, and especially, at my age, my kids are going to want to know, where my stuff is, where any money that's left, or financial records and medical records and business records and marriage, divorce things and things you want to save and stuff you want to save forever for the family. You know what I'm talking about. Don't forget, for the rest of the month, you're running out of time. Atlanta Safe House, huge sales on Browning safes and Fort Knox safes and vault doors. I'm telling you, you're going to save a bundle, and between rebates and stuff like that. Also, don't forget, Atlanta Safe House, you don't pay any sales tax on gun safes. And check out those beautiful pistol safes too, man. They're gorgeous. High security safes. They can build you a family storm shelter. They got safes fit bows and arrows and everything else too. AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Hey, it's Lowe's for Howard Brothers and Toro. It's September, football's back, the mornings are cooler, but that grass, still growing strong. That's why you need a Toro mower. With powerful engines, precision cutting, and comfort that lasts, Toro makes quick work of late season mowing. Keep your lawn looking game day ready. Get your own Toro from Howard Brothers. Their experienced team is ready to serve you at any of their 7 locations across North Georgia. Find one near you at howardbrothers.com. Howard Brothers, serving the community since 1955.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is former Clayton County Sheriff and current candidate for Congress in Georgia's 5th District, Victor Hill. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL. bail out. Or online at atlbail.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Hey, it's Lowe's here to tell you about a new, stress-free, and completely transparent way to purchase your next pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It's with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, traditionally, I've been a payment buyer. How do you work with that type of buyer?
I have people that come in all the time and they want to spend $20,000. Okay, if their payments are $400 on 20 grand, they don't realize without the doc fees, without all this other stuff, we can put them in a 22 or 23 model car and we can spend a little bit more money and have the same payment. So if you're a payment buyer, don't come in here just saying, I want to spend 20 grand, because we can sit there and help you and we can put you in a newer car with lesser miles at a payment you need.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the honest car guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite, if there's fire, you can grill. At Southern Thunder Barbecue School, our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick-cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. It's a hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill, grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbarbecue.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
Okay. Here we go now. Look out. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. 2017 Hollywood Bowl. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers concert, the last and final show, ended with a performance of American Girl.
Promises.
Tom Petty died of an accidental drug overdose a week later. After this concert, their last performance, he died October 2nd, 2017, 8 years ago. When I saw that date, I thought I was flabbergasted.
Oh,
8 years. Can you believe that?
I thought it was maybe 4 or 5.
That was 2 or 3 or 5. I mean, yeah, 2, 3, maybe 4. 8 years ago. Wow. American Girl. Kimber, Pete, and Flounder, how's it going? 321-ish. And we have an update on that shooting thing in a second here. 404-741-1230 if you want to join us. 741-1230. And on this day, I do a birthday here, got right in front of me. Oh, yeah. Heather Locklear, with whom I have had sex. Heather Locklear is 64. John Lovitz. Isn't she the one you say, with whom I've made love or whatever?
Okay. We do this every time.
What, that wasn't
Morgan
her? Crap. I always get them confused. Crap. Yeah, Heather Locklear was married to Richie Sambora and Tommy Lee. She was involved with both of them. Heather Locklear, 64. She was in Melrose Place, T.J. Hooker. She was on some Dynasty shows. No, I didn't make love with her at all. I made love to Stephanie Powers. Swear to God, it was Stephanie Powers. Wouldn't it be amazing if it actually was Stephanie Powers? And she comes out with a book and says, yes, at one time I faked out a guy in Atlanta, Georgia. Anyway. All right, hold everything. More celebrities in the news on the History Day today. In 1970, it was on this day at 8:30 p.m. after the Brady Bunch, ABC premiered a program that would give TV production company Screen Gems its second top-to-the-pop chart smash, The Partridge Family. Unwilling to rest as a one-hit wonder when they first hit big, the Monkees went off the air in 1968. Screen Gems came up with another one. The Beatles were the inspiration maybe for the Monkees, but it was a real-life family act called the Cowsills. They Rained the Park and other things, stories like that, that inspired Screen Gems to dream up the Partridge Family. The Cowsills were all in favor of it, and then they found out that they were going to use Shirley Jones and not Barbara Cowsill as the role of Shirley Partridge. So Screen Gems hired 4 non-singing child actors for the roles, including David Cassidy, who would go on to become something of a pop star, of course. And by the way, this whole story goes on. I won't read the whole thing. Another page 2. And they never mentioned Susan Day, who, by the way, was the reason people like me watched it. The pilot episode, 5 kids, widowed single mother, convinced her mom to join them in the garage recording sessions. I Think I Love You, #1 hit. Let's see, A Race to the Top, I Think I Love You, and I Woke Up in Love This Morning were not recorded by the 5 siblings and their mom in a garage. They were recorded by some of the best pro musicians in L.A., including a drummer named Hal Blaine and guys known as, the Wrecking Crew. Very famous production band people. Let's see, David Cassidy, huge career, short-lived, but it was big when it was big. Then he died of some kind of cancer. They used to call him Donk for one reason or another. And Shirley Jones had a bunch of runaways would show up on her Beverly Hills lawn, hoping that she would adopt them like she adopted the Partridge Family kids. So that was true. It actually happened. Anyway, it's 3:24. How you doing? Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. Newsy stuff. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. And by the way, I love they're printing it now. They have to print it on the news stories. It isn't Secretary of Defense. It's Secretary. It says, highly unusual gathering comes as War Secretary Hegseth wants to cut 20% of senior officers. Apparently, the word came out, and I wonder whether this is going to get somebody in trouble. Reporters are not supposed to know about secret meetings of top brass-ranking people in the world. Anyway, there's a military commander meeting in Virginia next week, and it's all big-time Charlie. 800 generals and admirals all over the world are supposed to come in for a meeting. They aren't saying why. And some are saying, well, maybe it's part of the purge. Pete Hegseth has already said he wants to chop 20% of the senior generals and admirals, or too many. In fact, he makes a point. Check this. I didn't know this. Check this out. The ratio of 4-star flag officers, a big time, generals and admirals, stuff like that. The ratio of the top officers of generals these days is 1 general per 1,400 troops. 1 per 1,400. In World War II, it was 1 general per 6,000. And Pete Hegseth says we got to get back to having more people serving on the ground and doing the things that need to be done instead of all these generals, having meetings. And so here now, maybe that's it. Maybe something's going on. Who knows? They could be taking Donald Trump at the helm. Who knows? Maybe he's saying, but why all the top brass? I mean, that's pretty significant. He wouldn't be calling them together and say, by the way, 20% of you are now fired. Here's your slip. I mean, I can't imagine that would be a very good meeting. So, I don't know. What do you think?
Maybe getting serious about taking on this liberal leftist terrorism.
Well, it does seem to be an interesting time and development. Now they're starting to kill us. The Democrats are actually now assassinating people they don't like for their speech. Because they're spurned on by the Democrats, and maybe I don't know. I don't know whether we should be nervous about it or not. Hard to tell. A couple other things. I am excited about this, and of course, we're running out of time. A grand jury is about to make a decision weighing whether or not to indict former FBI director and sleazebag and traitor to America, James Comey. He was serving as FBI director from 2013, and then Trump fired him in 2017. He's a liar and a cheat and a deceiver, and as far as I know, he might as well be a killer for what he has done to what's happened to this country. Jim Comey's the guy who gave Hillary Rodham P. Stinky Fart Cabbage a pass for all of her subpoenaed. And by the way, he had no right to do that. Remember, Comey said, well, Hillary, she was reckless, but not illegally, so-and-so. Baloney. All those emails, 30,000 emails, were under federal subpoena. And Comey said, well, it's okay. It was no big deal. He didn't have the right to say that. That was not his business. Anyway, they got away with it. He launched an investigation into collusion between the Russian government and Trump's presidential campaign. You may remember the name Crossfire Hurricane. And it was all fake and a lie, and they did it. And remember, Christopher Wray, the FBI director, currently allowed investigations over conservatives, which led to Jack Smith doing the Mar-a-Lago raid to get Donald Trump. It's all, I mean, honestly, the swamp was worse than we ever possibly imagined. And Donald Trump's been after Pam Bondi to get the job done. And so they're bringing the charge. We'll see. The grand jury has to act by Tuesday because then the statute of limitations runs out. So they have until Tuesday to indict or not do anything with James Comey, the former FBI director. And, he was the guy on the beach who, said we should kill Donald Trump. The little seashell. I ran out of seashells to spell the whole sentence. But apparently he said, we wanted to kill Donald Trump. Please, somebody kill Donald Trump. Signed Jim Comey. He actually signed his name. What an idiot. I mean, he wrote his finger in the sand. Please kill Donald Trump. Signed Jim Comey. I mean, that's the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard. On the beach, people walking around seeing that. My God, man. I really, you'd think he'd be a little more clever or something. I don't know, God. All right. Oh, by the way, they've been talking all day or this afternoon about the guy who killed the people and shot up the ICE facility in Dallas, and I don't really care about other things other than we know now that it was clearly an attack on ICE. He was looking up locations of ICE agents, and he was stalking them, and so there's no doubt. Okay, it's no sense of going into all the specifics, and I don't feel like talking about it, but it's true. It was obviously a thing to bring terror to ICE. He wanted ICE agents to be scared. He shot up the place and killed people because he wanted ICE agents to feel terror. That was the motive. As opposed to the leftist media saying that it was Republican trying to kill little brown people. And here we go on college campuses. They ever heard of the John Brown Gun Club? The John Brown Gun Club was formed after the slave abolitionist John Brown, who orchestrated the Potawatomi Massacre and the slave uprising, stuff like that. The John Brown Gun Club was leaving pamphlets all over Georgetown University's campus, and the flyer said, "Hey, fascist, catch." In a red flyer, the phrase a nod to the same slogan written on the shell casings by the guy with the Charlie Kirk business. And he said, the only political group that celebrates when Nazis die, that's the John Brown Club. We're building a community, the flyer said, that's done with ceremonial resistance and strongly worded letters. If you want to make a real change in your community, let us know. Well, some of the students said, wait a minute, is that a threat? Hey, fascist, catch bullets for killing people that you don't agree with. And so if you're sick and tired of just talking, you want to make a real change, let us know. They're signing up members at Georgetown University. So finally, Secretary of Education Lindsey McMahon called Georgetown and said, golly, you're promoting violence and fear. And so they said, okay, we'll take them down, God. Jeez. What the hell? I mean, here we go. It really is two countries.
They're brazen and out in the open with it because they don't fear retribution.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, man. All right, 3:30, Kevin, Pete, and Flonda, what do you think? Thursday, and here we go. We're off.
Extra 106.3 has the biggest lineup of conservative voices all week, and we're loaded with live and local programming every weekend. The All Four Seasons Home Show, Back Your Blue, Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and NASCAR on Sundays. See the full weekend lineup at extra1063.com and stream it free on the Extra app.
Good old Pete Davis here, and with a new way to enjoy football, an Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can start with as little as $1. Tonight, Cardinals against the Seahawks. I have Seattle quarterback Sam Darnold higher on his passing yards projections, and Arizona's Trey Benson Stinson also above his rushing yards projections. It's simple, it's fun, and it keeps me locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with promo code 1063 to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063 for $50 in bonus funds. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. You can be next. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall of Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
You should never need financing for a simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
I've advertised a lot of things on radio over 50 years, from vacuum cleaners to booze, but only once have I advertised something that I knew for a fact saved my life. And that's what this particular commercial is. An advertisement for CPAPs, ETC, CPAPs, etc. I've been using a CPAP at night for over 20 years. Obstructive sleep apnea. It will kill you. If you think you have it, get a test. If it turns out you do have it, contact Roddy at CPAPs, etc. The largest in-stock selection. Travel CPAPs, batteries, hoses, masks, everything. You can visit their store in Alpharetta or online at cpapsetc.com. Same-day shipping, you'll get it fast and at the right price. CPAPs, etc. Don't take chances with your health. You protect your physical health by choosing your doctors carefully. Protect your financial health by choosing an attorney carefully. An accident can be very costly. You want to receive the compensation you deserve. Call Van Sant Law. My friend David Van Sant will take care of you, trust me, very well. The number is 855-GA-INJURY. The website is vansantlaw.com. In the event of an accident, it could be the most important phone call you make.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Don't tell me the net worth of some corporate CEO. Tell me the net worth of the people he hired, the people who worked for him, the people that helped him build that wealth. There, I think, is the true worth of an entrepreneur.
Atlanta Talk Radio legends are only on Extra 106.3.
Dun, dun, dun. How you doing? 326, Kimmer, Pete and Flounder, and David Gilmour. 2015 came out with his 4th album called Rattle That Lock. Went to #1 in Britain. David Gilmour was writing these songs on the album for 5 years before it came out in 2015. He pointed out that one of his piano pieces he recorded in his living room 18 years earlier. So, anyway, finally got the job done there. Let's see. Birthday list includes, I've never seen that show, The Last of Us. It was a big, huge thing on HBO or Showtime or someplace. There was a girl named Bella Ramsey. She's 22 years old. She was Ellie on The Last of Us, so I'll say just because. So, apparently it was a huge show. It was one of those liberal, isn't it like we're all going to die because you're Republicans or some crap like that? I don't even know. What?
It's another dystopian future. We're basically telling everybody to give up. There's no reason to keep going because it's all going to fall to crap, and there's no rosy future for you. Every show, every video, every movie is like that now.
Yeah. Well, what the hell is that? Like who are the girls with the red dresses and the white bonnets? The maiden girls. What is it? Handmaid's Tale people too. Stuff like that's coming out. It's just they're trying to kill everybody. It's just God.
Remember when I was young that it was It was things like that showed there was a future, and it was a great future you could strive for, where things got better. Yeah. And now everything is just, it's going to go to crap, so why bother anyway?
Yeah, very, very strange. I don't like it. And now let's see a little something. I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch up a couple different things here today. Coming up news. First of all, another TV kind of a day in history thing, if you don't mind. You may have watched this show too. Freaks and Geeks. They Went to School, debuting this day, 1999. NBC Freaks and Geeks, created by Paul Feig, I don't know, and Judd Apatow, we know that name. Was set
it's the Marvel guys.
Yeah.
Paul Feig, I think
it's
his name.
Feig.
He's been running Marvel.
Is it? Yeah. And Judd Apatow.
Kevin Feige, I'm sorry, it's a different one. I'm sorry.
This is Paul Feig, Feig, or Feig, I don't know. Anyway, and Judd Apatow set at William McKinnon High School in Chippewa, Michigan, near Detroit, named after Feig's own high school. It was set during the 1980-81 school year. The show focused on Lindsay Weir and her brother Sam attend the school as new students. The normally academically smart Lindsay tried to shed her smart image by hanging out with a group of slackers or freaks, while Sam settled in with the geeks. The show became more popular when it was off the air than when it was on the air. It was canceled after only 12 episodes because of low ratings. But it's been remembered fondly by a lot of the people there. Makes the list of the best TV shows of all time for various publications for some reason. Freaks and Geeks, 1999. Anyway, come Pete and Flounder. And here's an example of things that happened because of the former president's slimy attitude and behavior toward America, letting in millions of people. I mean, seriously, when you look back now and you see that freaking slime bag traitor Mayorkas saying, the border's secure. Of course the border's secure. 300,000 people a month coming in. I mean, it's just outrageous. And here's an example of what happened. I had this story yesterday, never got to it. An immigrant illegally here from Venezuela faked out an Ohio high school for over a year and faces decades in federal prison now after copping to what he did. He's Anthony Emmanuel Labrador Sierra. He forged immigration documents when he enrolled at Perrysburg High School in Toledo last year. He came in here illegally in 2019 and was supposed to be out by 2020. Illegally bought a firearm using fake documents he came up with. He contacted the school claiming he had been trafficked from his home country in 2023 and said he was born, he had his birth certificate and entered him in high school. He spent 14 months going to classes, went in sports programs, and he lived with a local family who said they were helping a homeless teen. That's what they knew. The guardianship was granted to the family of this kid by the juvenile court. The family eventually got suspicious and contacted the school because they found out that the 16-year-old boy living with them so they could help him out was going to high school. Was not 16 at all. He was 24. Oh, did I mention he's got children? A grown man with children. He had a prepaid cell phone, fake Michigan ID, birth dates, guns with loaded 9mm magazines under his mattress. They gave him an ICE detainer after his arrest, his fake birth date, applied for a slew of documents, a driver's license, a social security number, federal temporary protected status, and all of it. He faces 30 years in prison. 24-year-old pretending to be 16 and got away with all of it. Because of the Biden administration, just let him go and gave him documents. This is what they did. How many millions of people are in this country now with just like that? And by the way, let's not forget this. In fact, the Babylon Bee, I'm going to do a quick headline here, and I hope there's not one of your Pete's tweets coming up here later, Pete, but the Babylon Bee, hold on a second, it's worth it. Hold on a second, I got it over here, I got it right, I swear to God. Here we go. The Babylon Bee has got a headline. Carmela does a speaking tour to remind the nation why Trump is president. Remember, if she had won, all those millions of illegals would now be able to vote. She would have had plans to nationalize them, to either give them American citizenship papers or come up with executive orders that allow them to vote. And I'm telling you, if they would never lose another election, they would have federalized elections just like they remember their first bill of order, what they wanted to do, federalize elections. And then Washington, D.C. is a state, Puerto Rico's a state. I mean, here we go. And thank God she didn't win.
The border would still be open, too.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, absolutely. And by what other country in the world has ever even come well, we know the story. And by the way, Flounder, let's do this before I forget. I was just bashing President Autopen. Oh, and by the way, Donald Trump, was that real, by the way, or not, Flounder, about the wall of portraits of presidents?
Yes, that's real.
That's real. Donald Trump actually did what he said he was going to do. He has the portraits of all the presidents of the United States, and then the last one is Autopen.
The next one, yeah.
Next to last, yeah, that is.
The White House social media even posted a video of it.
It's freaking hysterical. I mean, I freaking love it. Anyway, but again, I feel a little mean-spirited, so let's do this. Let's do it. With all the political hate and turmoil, now that the hateful left is turning to assassinations and everything, let's pay tribute to our own last president, the former president, Joe Cadaver Autopen, as truly, Flounder, one of a kind, if you will.
1 second here.
One of a kind, our former president. The tribute.
Sorry, real quick.
To the one of a kind presidential president.
I didn't have it ready. Give me 1 second.
No, I'm sorry. That's why I was screwing your head. I thought you gave me the thumbs up.
Sorry.
Oh, that was just giving thumbs up to you?
I distracted him. Yeah.
Sorry. I thought you were giving me the thumbs up that you're ready to go. And here it is now.
Here it is.
Saluting Joe Biden.
Give me 2 seconds.
Salute to Joe Biden.
And now,
this is live radio, folks.
He congratulated the teleprompter on a powerful speech. He's fought in every American war since the 1700s. He thanks the city he's not in, then waves at the flag like it's an old friend. He hides his own Easter eggs. He once sniffed a St. Bernard's tail, mistakenly thinking that it was attached to an 8-year-old girl. He forgot where he left the Coke in the White House. Wait, no, he didn't.
No, he didn't forget.
He needs GPS to find his way across a stage. He once tried to build a railroad from the Pacific all the way across the Indian Ocean. He thinks poor kids can be just as bright and talented as white kids. When someone answers his calls, he asks them what they want. He once woke up from a dream to realize that he was president, so he went back to sleep. Subtitles have a day dedicated to him. He's got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. He can't go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts without speaking in a slight Indian accent.
These are all true stories.
He is the most confused man in the world.
I'm not always confused.
Always drink, but when I do.
But when I am confused. Oh, mercy. Does that keep going? I don't know how long it goes on and on, but it's pretty clever. I'm not sure who did that. Oh, Flounder updated me on the shooting thing here, I think. Let me see if I can find that. Flounder. He just sent us a little thing with a thing there. Here we go. Let's see. This afternoon, chase and death investigation shut down part of Cobb Parkway near the Battery in Truist Park. Let's see. GBI confirmed, called out to assist. The troopers tried to conduct a traffic stop on a black automobile, a window tint violation. Wow. State troopers wanted to pull a guy over for having two dark windows. The driver stopped and then took off when a trooper walked outside the vehicle. That pursuit led south on Cobb Drive, slowed traffic. He tried to pull over, had to slow down. Trooper used an opportunity to get around to block the traffic. Once he stopped, the troopers went to the vehicle, found the driver dead from apparently a self-inflicted gunshot.
Damn.
Jeez. Now, a witness told Channel 2 that they saw somebody open fire on the Georgia State Patrol trooper, but we have not heard that confirmed. So I don't know about that. And again, I apologize. I'm not trying to, make this more than it is. I mean, it's bad enough as it is. I don't know whether that part's true. It hasn't been confirmed, but apparently, and it was the troopers who, and let that be a lesson too, by the way, state troopers are pulling over cars if your windows are too dark. I mean,
well, is it or is it not the law? Because I see so many people with dark windows.
Yeah, it is the law. They just ignore it because it's the South and it's sunny and summertime and stuff. But again, they can do it. And the guy, I mean, so obviously there's a story behind this, and we don't know more. And when we do, we'll pass it to you. 347, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Happy Thursday and better days, and hope everything's well. Join us if you'd like to, and always nice to hear from the fans. Here we go.
Need more than just headlines on your ride to work? It's the Morning Extra, live from 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
At Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs, you can take advantage of employee pricing on select new Ford models. That means you pay what Ford employees pay. No markup, no hidden fees. It's all part of Ford's bold campaign, from America, for America. While other dealerships may raise prices due to auto tariffs, Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs is stepping up, giving you the power to save big on American-made vehicles. Choose from bestsellers like the F-150, the rugged Bronco, the capable Explorer, and now when you purchase or lease a new Ford EV like the all-electric Mustang Mach-E, you'll receive a complimentary home charger and standard installation, making your switch to electric even easier. At Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs, you're not just getting a great deal, you're getting award-winning service from a locally family-owned dealership.
They're just 4 miles north of 285 on Roswell Road. Visit them online at jimellisford.com.
Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs, where you pay what we pay, where you can always expect the best.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? My buddy Jeff, the owner of Peach State Windows, he's been taking care of Georgia homeowners for almost 50 years. That's 5 decades of knowing exactly how to protect our homes from Georgia's heat and storms and everything else Mother Nature throws at us. When it comes to siding, these are the guys you want. Now, you're going to see ads from other companies waving around but look like the same kind of special offers and deals. Well, don't be fooled. Nobody brings the experience and quality that Jeff's team does. And right now, they've got an incredible deal. 1,000 square feet of durable hardy plank siding installed for just $49.95. Yep, 1,000 square feet of siding for under $5,000. On top of that, with good credit, you can take advantage of no money down and 0% financing for 12 months. Don't forget, say Kimmer sent you. You'll unlock special savings just for Extra 106.3 listeners. Check them out today. PeachStateWindows.com. Again, that's PeachStateWindows.com.
Are you looking for something simple but delicious, sweet but also savory? Discover Schumann Farms Sweet Onions. Schumann Farms is a 3rd-generation family farm with the Real Sweet brand sweet onions. Whether you're grilling, sautéing, or simply adding a fresh crunch to your salad, Schumann Farms has you covered. Look for Schumann Farms Real Sweet brand sweet onions at your grocery store and taste the difference for yourself. Schumann Farms, the Georgia family farm growing tradition and the world's sweetest onions.
True Prep is celebrating 14 years with their biggest anniversary event ever. It all happens Saturday, September 27th at their Cobb Parkway location in Marietta. You'll find massive savings on dozens of items, plus free food, local vendors, and giveaways every hour from 11 to 2. And here's the big one. They're giving 30% off all used firearms and gear for 1 day only on September 27th. Don't miss the party, sales, food, and 30% off savings on all used firearms. Celebrate 14 years with True Prep. Get the details at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in 1 day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. 1 call, 1 handyman, 1 day, The Trusted Toolbox.
You ever wonder why Verizon charges twice as much as Pure Talk for the same basic service? I think it might have something to do with the fact that Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion. That's billion with a B.
Yeah, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. That's why they can offer unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Save an additional 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say the words Micro. That's pound 250, Micro.
Ba 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 ba. Kurt Cobain was 2013. Kurt Cobain's childhood home in Aberdeen, Washington went on the market. His mother, Wendy, and sister put up the sale of the house on East 1st Street. He was raised there. They put it on sale for $500,000, hoping somebody would turn it into a museum. In 2013, don't know whether they ever did. Anyway, it's a sad story all the way around. What can I tell you? This day, birthday time. In fact, I will do one half of the actual birthday, and you'll know why later, and you probably know why automatically, but I'm saving the one to do another birthday for you later. Today's half of the birthday at this moment is Catherine Zeta-Jones, 56 years old today. Famous for Mask of Zorro, Chicago, Oceans 11, 12, and 13. I think she was in all of them. Also, Traffic, which was a pretty powerful movie. Catherine Zeta-Jones is 56 years old today. And I'll have the other half of that birthday coming up a little later on today. And on this day in history, 1894, President Grover Cleveland issues a presidential proclamation. And he has pardoned people who follow polygamous marriages or habitation arrangements that are considered against the law. Plural marriages between one man and multiple women, one woman and multiple men and women illegal in the United States. But under increasing social political pressure, the president of the Church of the Latter-day Saints issued his own manifesto, claiming in 1890 on this day that followers would no longer sanction the practice of polygamous marriage. In 1893, Benjamin Harrison, then president, pardoned those who had been in polygamous marriages on the condition that they fellow church members stick to monogamy from then on. In 1894, Cleveland said convicted polygamists from the Church of Latter-day Saints have mended their ways. His proclamation ensured their property and civil rights, which were taken away during the efforts to weed out polygamy. Those rights were restored when Utah was a territory. So there you are.
If those men want to punish themselves,
who
are we to stop them?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You gay guys want to get married? Fine. Welcome to the nightmare of holy matrimony. Have a ball.
It's like we said yesterday.
Yeah.
What that community marriage is like chaining yourself to a bear and then kicking
the bear. Yeah. See how long you can hold on. The old 3-second rule or whatever. It was a 7, I don't know. 3:55. How's it going? Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. 404-741-1230. 741-1230. This was bizarre. You may have seen the video and heard the story about the two sisters in Arkansas who were caught vandalizing a Charlie Kirk memorial of candles and signs on their county courthouse steps the other day in Arkansas. The two girls were Carrie and Kaylee Rollo, 23 and 22, and they got caught. There was video all over the place of them, supposedly, isn't it ironic that they are clearly the ones being infringing on people's free speech rights. So they shredded the signs memorializing Charlie Kirk, who liked to give free speech and argue and talk to people, and they kicked over the candles, and the footage went online. They said, blank Charlie Kirk, he died as he lived promoting violence, film all you want, blank Charlie, a million times. Law enforcement got wind of the video. They were arrested. You can't trample on somebody's memorial, a human act of grieving, and so forth. Judges got... Anyway, they got fired from their job. One girl was working, and she got fired from her job. The other sister got kicked out of... she was living with her boyfriend and the boyfriend's mother at the mother's and boyfriend's house, and the mother kicked her out. The mother says she was fired. The other one fired from the work, and the other sister, the boyfriend, dumped her, told her to get out. And the mother said, I will not allow someone living in my home to be okay or celebrate a murder. I will never allow someone to live in my home who is okay with destroying a memorial for someone else. So the sisters put up a GoFundMe to collect $18,000 for legal fees because now they have nowhere to live and no jobs. And so they've already raised $15,000. But apparently it might be from trolls who donated the minimum amount so they could tell the sisters how they really feel. But anyway, they're raising money. And you know, they'll probably get a whole lot more than that, I'll bet you. I mean, these people. And by the way, has anybody on the left said anything? Has anybody of importance in the Democrat Party said anything about other than, you know, blaming both sides for violence? Has anyone accepted any responsibility? They're shying away.
No, they're behind the scenes, I guarantee you, they're laughing. They think it's great, and they want more of it.
Yeah. And Newsom, just the other day, once again, I think we talked about this late last night, where he said he's again threatening them. Don't cooperate. And, I mean, it's just... anyway, well, we'll see. I don't know how long this is going to last. They're really, really asking for it. Oh, mercy. Megyn Kelly got into an argument with a kid. Remember, I read him the riot act at Virginia Tech's campus. I mean, again, what's going on in the college campuses hasn't stopped. It's still going on. We'll talk more about that. Donald Trump on the escalator business, he thinks it was absolutely sabotage. They're trying to make an opinion that it was an accident because of a photographer who went up the escalator first and tripped on an alarm that stopped it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't think... Eat me. Sorry. I'm not sure that, that's a proper investigation technique there. We'll talk more about that. Anyway, Flounder, we got a little Flounder's Funny back there, I'll bet you, somewhere here as we wind our way toward 4 o'clock. It's 3:58. Braves are off today, but the last 3 games of the season start tomorrow here at the ballpark. Holy cow.
Here's a little parody by comedian Sean Farish that Mike sent me on Trump. You'll like this one.
Okay.
My fellow Americans, in light of recent studies, I wanted to warn against the use of toasters in your bathtub or your shower. It's an incredibly dangerous thing to do. You could get electrocuted. They call it electrocuted. I call it zapped like you've never seen before. A shocking experience. You don't want to get zapped. That much I can tell you, especially if you're on the left. You people are fried enough as it is. We don't need it to get any worse. And the electricity is no joke. I got along very well with, you may have heard of him, Benjamin Franklin. I called him Brilliant Ben. And he was flying a kite, and the lightning hit it. And he was getting electrocuted. He was getting zapped. And I grounded him. And if I wasn't there, it would have been a much different situation. But I grounded him, and we discovered electricity together. Brilliant Ben. Tremendous guy. Got along very well with him. Along the same lines, we want to advise against licking your wall outlets, despite what Jiggly Belly Pritzker says. Your wall outlet is not a candy bar. Do not try to lick it. It doesn't taste very good, and you may pick up a shock, which we don't want you to do. We don't want you to get hurt. I know those on the left love and enjoy very much licking their windows. We ask that.
That's a hell of a Donald Trump impersonation. Good. What's his name again? Do you remember?
His name is Sean Farish.
I love it. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Kevin Pete Flounder. How you doing? Here we go.
This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Extra app.
An attack months in the making. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. And investigators say the rooftop gunman who opened fire on an immigration facility in Dallas yesterday had specific targets.
It's clear from these notes that he was targeting ICE agents and ICE personnel.
Acting U.S. Attorney Nancy Larson says notes were found at the shooter's home.
He hoped his actions would terrorize ICE employees and interfere with their work, which he called human trafficking.
The FBI says the suspect purchased a gun in August and used apps designed to track the presence of ICE agents. Larson calls it a tragic irony that the shooting ended up killing a detainee, wounding 2 others before the gunman killed himself. One note also claims he acted alone. Investigators say at this point that appears to be true. In Arizona, a man just convicted of 8 murders and other crimes over 3 weeks in the Phoenix area back in 2017, just months after he'd been released from prison. Cleophas Cooksey says still that he's innocent. 3 days into a trial, a surprise settlement by Amazon agreeing to pay $2.5 billion to settle claims it duped customers into enrolling in Prime membership and made it hard to cancel.
The agreement, which the Federal Trade Commission calls the largest civil penalty in its history, would require the e-commerce giant to pay $1 billion penalty and create a $1.5 billion fund to pay consumers back. To settle the 2023 FTC lawsuit, Amazon also has to make sure it can no longer misrepresent the terms of a Prime subscription and give users a simple way to cancel.
Fox's Lillian Wu, the FTC says affected customers could qualify for $51 each. Amazon does not admit any wrongdoing. The U.S. economy expanding more than first thought in the second quarter, 3.8% in the Commerce Department's new estimate, but 3 losses in a row on Wall Street. America's listening to Fox News.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft. If that happens, LifeLock gives you the U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims. Your agent handles it all. In fact, they're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. It's nice to have an expert like that on your side. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
I think it's a great riff here, man. Stevie Wonder. 2012, a couple of guys tried to blackmail him. That didn't turn out too well. Alpha Lorenzo Walker and Tamara Diaz were sentenced to about 10 months in jail and 3 years probation trying to blackmail Stevie Wonder on this day in 2012. They made a video portraying Stevie Wonder in a negative light and were demanding $5 million or they'd release it to the public. They got caught in a sting, and Stevie, identified himself at the photo lineup and said, that's him, that's the guy, and that's the other guy right there. Stevie's not blind. Anyway, birthday, I mentioned Catherine Zeta-Jones, 56 today. Her husband, same birth date, not same day, obviously. Michael Douglas, same birthday, 81 years old, which is quite a difference. Apparently, I guess they're still doing happiness. Good for them. Michael Douglas, 81. He's won 2 Oscars. He's known for, of course, Basic Instinct, Fatal Attraction, Wall Street. I remember him, was it Carl Malden on the TV show Streets of San Francisco, I think, was his first. I think that's where we first got a glimpse of Michael Douglas, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And let's see, on this day in history, let me think a little something here. How about another celebrity thing here going on. This day in 1987, the TV show Beauty and the Beast debuts on CBS. It told the story of the relationship between a mythic noble man-beast, Ron Perlman, and an assistant district attorney, Linda Hamilton, and a secret subterranean community of social outcasts. Yeah, Ron Perlman. Man, he was a freaky-looking dude. That chin of his and whatever. And he played a bunch of great roles. He was perfect for all the roles he
Sons
played.
of Anarchy,
too. Yeah.
Hellboy.
Oh, man. I mean, you take a look at him, fine, whatever. Let me go on the other side of the street, sir. Didn't mean to, offend you in any way. Wow. I mean, he's
a flaming libtard.
Yeah, I know. What a goof.
Flaming libtard.
And Linda Hamilton, what a career she had with all those, what's her movies with the guy with the Terminator stuff and
Terminator, Resident Alien.
Resident Alien.
Just did.
Yeah, she was in fact, when she popped up in Resident Alien as like the Queen Witch or something, what was her, did she have a title?
She was a general.
Yeah, What a show, what a goofy show that was. Anyway.
I just finished, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like the girls in it too, I really do. I like, they're kind of funny looking and they're different and I like them all. I just, I think they're cool. Anyway, so there's a Beauty and the Beast. Skipper, Pete, and Flounder, how's it going? By the way, just a quick update here, just to let you know how the world is reacting to the shooting at the ICE facility in Dallas the other day. I won't mention the guy's name, but his gamer buddies have been reacting to what happened. His gamer pals are making jokes about the attack, saying he should have hit the range a little more. He has a gaming group formed in 2012, and it goes by, I won't give you the name, it's something bad. We can use the poo-poo or not, we are cool. I don't know what that means. He should have hit the range a little more. He missed. Let's see. The first-person shooting games logged 17,000 hours of playing time. Holy smokes. This guy, the gunman, logged 17,000 hours of game playing time over 2 years. That's 8,000+ hours a year. So 52 into 8,000 is 2 into 1.5. So how many hours a day this guy played for 2 solid years? He played his first-person shooter Team Fortress, Left 4 Dead 2, whatever that is. Anyway, he used several nicknames, including Impeachment, and Kurt Vonnegut's nicknames. I don't know, the freaking people. And again, they're celebrating. They don't care. They're celebrating. They're having a freaking ball. I mean, it's really disgusting. But they're not going to change. They can't. I may back on my thing. You may open up you little. There we go. No, now hold on a minute. My lap bad here. Oh well, it says screw me around. Screw you, pal. Let's see. For the record. Megyn Kelly's took on a student at Virginia Tech, a Turning Point USA campus event. And by the way, they're now saying, I forgot how many requests they've had now. There may be a Turning Point USA campus presence on almost every high school and college in America. I mean, they're talking like this is really, I had no idea. And again, last night I saw one of the college campuses was having a meeting of Turning Point USA. And my fact might have been this one with Megyn Kelly. I didn't see the whole story, what it was. And Virginia Tech, thousands of them everywhere. Youngsters, kids, high school kids. Turning Point USA. And Megyn Kelly taught a lesson to one lefty student when she took the stage at the campus event, Turning Point USA. And some kid said, hey, why do you support a President Trump who contributes to the rhetoric that got your friend Charlie Kirk, huh? Yeah, Kirk killed, what'd I say? We saw his rally recently. He said, I hate my enemies. Megyn Kelly said, no, whoa. This is how we get here. This is a blatant lie. It's a defamatory blaspheme. It's inappropriate in this setting. When the kid tried to equivocate his stance, saying Trump contributed to the atmosphere that led to the killing, Megyn Kelly said, whoa, you have no point. Your point is utterly empty. Contributing to the atmosphere? Let's be clear. The kid was motivated by leftist ideology, and the crowd started to roar. We know it from the bullying casings. We know it from the Utah governor. We know it from his own mother. The speaker started screeching and then said, is it okay to incite violence against liberals? And he said, of course not. The president doesn't accept violence against liberals or anybody else. He loathes his enemies, and it's okay by me if they try to put him in. And then she said, the kid said, well, the president said he doesn't forgive his enemies. And she said, well, I don't blame him for not accepting, his enemies. They tried to put him in jail the rest of his life. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put his family in jail. They tried to kill him. And everybody applauded, and the kid left. But again, how can you possibly make an argument that Donald Trump is the one responsible? Well, you hear it all the time. I don't get it. All right, hold on a thing. All right, I'm going to change time. I changed the thing here. I saw this today, and a little show business is the news, and frankly, my stupid laptop is, my laptop isn't working. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay. Alyssa Milano is in the news today. And again, I don't like her politics. I think she's shameful. I think she's a phony. And now she realizes that she's been a phony most of her life, and she's done something about it, at least part of it that she can do something about. The alum of Charmed is now 52, Alyssa Milano, put out a photo on Instagram in a hospital gown and said she's releasing these false narratives, the parts of me that were never actually parts of me. I'm letting go of the body that was sexualized, that was abused, that I believed was necessary for me to be attractive, to be loved, to be successful, to be happy. And in doing so, Alyssa Milano said, I hope I am releasing my daughter Bella from ever feeling those same unhealthy demands. And she's removing her breast implants. I know women who have done it. More than one. Because they don't like them anymore, and they're funny, and they bother them, and they're just, it's not the right thing. Now, Alyssa Milano says she has a daughter, Elizabella, you call her Bella, 11, and a son, 14, and she's not judging women who keep their implants. She said, there's so much joy in the knowledge and freedom in letting go of what was never me in the first place. Today, I'm my authentic self. I'm free. But she has no problem with people who want to keep theirs. So she said, what's right for them is right for them. And I think we should all find our own femininity and peace on our own terms. But again, the issue of, of course, I'm old enough to remember when this first started, when this first happened, nobody had breast implants. Actresses in the 50s and 60s didn't have breast implants. I mean, very rarely you'd see something. And I think the first person I realized was unusually endowed was Dolly Parton. And I'm not even sure if those are real or not. I don't have any idea. But anyway, that way people are talking about it.
Jane Mansfield? Come on.
Well, I don't think she had breast implants. I think they were natural. I think the issue of breast implants popped up as I was.
You meant well endowed. Okay.
Oh no. I mean the issue of actually women getting breast implants
Fake.
was a huge thing.
You're saying Dolly is fake? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think she might. I don't know. I really don't know. I always assumed that they were
she's
fake.
Had something because I've seen young photos of her.
Yeah. Whatever. I mean, I don't care. But again, I remember very specifically in more than one occasion where I've said to women, I've said, if you want to do something for yourself or to you or whatever, feel free, but don't do it for me. I don't. It's not a thing. I don't care. I mean, if you want to do something for yourself to feel better and to look better in your clothes, or if you're embarrassed when you go to the beach or whatever, I said, if you have a thing about do whatever you want. If it's what you make you happy, please, do your thing. But don't do it for me. You're not doing me any favors.
Don't expect me to pay for that.
Well, no, I know. In fact, I remember offering to pay for various things on the condition that once a month or so I get to play with them. But again, that was not a never went anywhere.
Oh, billiard balls. You're talking about a pool table.
Yeah, pool table, exactly. 413, Kevin, Pete, and Flounder. See, we came full circle there. Anyway, and more showbiz stuff. And again, I'm more interested in reading the story of Priscilla Presley's new book than I do about Carmela's side piece, who to me is just, it's not only horrible, it's appalling, and it's embarrassing. I feel bad for her almost, that she's such a phony and a fraud that she's trying to justify this ridiculous book. Have you seen the comments she's been saying? Oh my God. I mean, it's
sad.
Cringeworthy. It really is. All right,
she's got nothing left. Elvis is gone. Her daughter's gone. It's
good. Fine. Then live out your life. You poor baby. She'll still be rich forever. Anyway, Kevin Pete and Flounder, 414. How's it going? 106.3. And nice to have you aboard. And it looks like we're supposed to get some rain later on today. Maybe so. It's kind of cloudy. We'll keep it posted. Anyway, it's all good.
It's time for the Bortz Report, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, the Southeast premier home exterior solution. Quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years. Visit southernexteriors.co.
Write another book, they say. Oh, hell no. I'm not going through that again. But I do have a title. Things you know that ain't so. And the reason you know these things that ain't so is because our national media hasn't done what it should be doing to straighten you out on these issues. Okay, let's cover a few of them. You know the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves, right? No, it didn't. Only slaves in the southern states. It did not free the slaves in the northern states. You know there's a Social Security Trust Fund. Actually, there isn't. In the mid-'60s, the Democrats decided they were going to take that trust fund and spend it on vote-buying problems. They left IOUs in its place. You know we have a right to vote. No, we don't. The right to vote is not enshrined in our Constitution. Some states have a right to vote, and our Constitution tells us on what bases the state cannot deny that right, if in fact in that state it's a right. You know the sea levels are all rising. Why? Because the media hasn't told you those rising sea level scares are all based on models, not reality. When somebody does actually go out there and measure sea levels, maybe an inch or two over the last 50 years. You know the United States is a democracy. Everybody says it is. But sorry, it's not. The word doesn't appear in the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, or the constitutions of any of the 50 states. We're a republic, and there is a difference. For some reason, the media doesn't want to correct that misinformation. Things you know that ain't so. I've got 50 of them. I could write the book. But one thing I know, I'd rather spend the time with my wife. So go write your own book. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Tug. I was raised to respect my neighbors, and they've got plenty to say about Southern Exteriors. Sarah from Covington, very professional, no hassle, and great quality. Will from Jackson, the crew showed up on time, worked efficiently, and left everything spotless. Jennifer from Jenkinsburg summed it up. Awesome, caring, professional. That's Southern Exteriors. Trusted by me, trusted by your neighbors. Call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co. That's southernexteriors.co.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort for the fall and winter. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your furnace running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. Turn to the experts for your system's maintenance at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta Carrier expert since 1947 and one of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I'm looking for a reliable vehicle, something for the family, but also for my daughter who's going to be driving soon. Why should I call you?
The main thing is you get to see it's a full transparency sale. What I like to do is show you the whole gamut, show you everything that's out there and everything that's available. I can get any make, any year, any model.
Financing. If I need to use it, what can you offer?
We have some of the best banks available, and we got rates starting at 4.99 from a 23 model and above. It could be a 14 model. We still have banks that will do all the financing for you at good rates, and they're primary banks. If you have credit issues, we still have banks that can accommodate those issues as well.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
I got now. Kind of reminds me of the previous Smooth with Stevie Wonder's guitar riff, doesn't it? Very similar. Sly Stone. 2011, the New York Post reported that Sly Stone was living in a van Parked in the notoriously rough Los Angeles neighborhood of Crenshaw, gang territory. In 2011, Sly Stone was 68. He was quoted as saying, "I like my small camper. I just do not want to return to a fixed home. I cannot stand being in one place. I must keep moving." Wow. Living in a van down by the river in 2011. Holy smokes, Sly Stone here, the thing there. Birthday list. Anson Williams, 76 years old today. Anson Williams was Potsy on Happy Days. And who isn't? And on this day in history, on this day, 1978, John Carpenter unleashed his evil world of Halloween to the movie masses. The low-budget, I can't read my thing here. There we go. The low-budget film about a serial killer who attacks on the holiday was co-written by Carpenter in 10 days with the help of Deborah Hill. In 1978, the movie starred Jamie Lee Curtis, daughter of Psycho's Janet Leigh. Her first movie role, I didn't know that. Jamie Lee Curtis' first movie role was Halloween in 1978. Also starring Donald Pleasance. He was that creepy little bastard. He was the one who was blind in A Great Escape, if I'm not mistaken. A good actor, but creepy role, God. Donald Pleasance, her role as a teenager and babysitter Laurie Strode earned her the nickname Scream Queen. Jamie Lee Curtis. Produced on a budget of $300,000, the film grossed $47 million in America alone. Carpenter also wrote the score, the music, and billed himself as the Bowling Green Philharmonic Orchestra during the ending credits. Bowling Green Philharmonic? To date, there have been 13 Halloween movies, including reboots. Jamie Lee Curtis reprised her role for the last 3. The final chapter, Halloween, ends with... am I doing something bad? Is that you? What's going on? Oh, Donald Trump Live, Oval Office, Oval Office.
Soon. We want the hostages back. We want the bodies back. And we want to have peace in that region. So we had some very good talks. As you know, I had President Erdogan here, Turkey, and we had a great meeting today. I think we had a meeting that was very conclusive in so many different things that we wanted, things that he wanted, and that was good. We'll be announcing that sometime later. And he'll be making an announcement too, but we had a great meeting with Turkey and their very respected president and spent time. We had lunch and we had a lot of good discussions. So those 2 things. And we have some executive orders today to sign that are
I love this.
Very important to the country. And we'll start off with one that's a proclamation. And want to do that, Will?
I love this. Donald Trump Live.
Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. This is an annual proclamation. This is to commemorate the fallen, those who have died for all of our freedoms and for our country, and for their families who have suffered such grievous losses. But this is a proclamation commemorating Gold Star Mothers and Gold Star families.
Yeah, and they're great people. Incredible people, what they've had to go through. Very few people could have gone through this kind of thing. Gold Star.
Holding it up and putting the signature on that scratchy.
Thank you very much. I'll put it on.
Next.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on TikTok. From the first days of your administration, you've charged a team from your administration, led by Vice President Vance, with ensuring that we can preserve TikTok as a platform for the 170 million Americans who use it, while ensuring that their data is properly protected as required by law. With this executive order, you will be effectively bringing into effect the agreement that will save TikTok and ensure that it can operate safely and securely.
So this is interesting because I had a very good talk with President Xi. I have a lot of respect for him. Hopefully he has a lot of respect for me too. And we talked about TikTok and other things, but we talked about TikTok, and he gave us the go-ahead. You know, it's run by American investors and American companies, great ones, great investors, the biggest. You don't get bigger, I don't imagine. And maybe I'll have JD. JD was very much involved and in charge of it, and maybe I'll have you say a few words about the deal. He would report back, and the points of the deal, I think, are great for our country. So, JD, do you want to give it a little talk, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so thank you, sir, for your leadership and for your help. We really couldn't have done this without the president actually ushering this deal over the finish line. There was some resistance on the Chinese side, but the fundamental thing that we wanted to accomplish is that we wanted to keep TikTok operating, but we also wanted to make sure that we protected Americans' data privacy as required by law, both because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's a legal requirement of the law that was passed last year by Congress. So we think that we were able to do that. Of course, we're going to keep on working at it, but this deal really does mean that Americans can use TikTok, but actually use it with more confidence than they had in the past, because their data is going to be secure and it's not going to be used as a propaganda weapon against our fellow citizens. We're very excited about it. We appreciate the cooperation of everybody involved, and it's a big day.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want it to have TikTok close. And I got, a little used to TikTok. I used it myself during the campaign, and it was very successful because you know how I did with the young voter. And Charlie helped me a lot too. And he said to me, you should go on TikTok. And it actually had, because we got record votes with the young voters.
Charlie Kirk he's talking about.
For the election. So I was a little bit prejudiced in that way toward TikTok. It was very good and very meaningful. But we have American investors taking it over, running it, highly sophisticated, including Larry Ellison. And Oracle, I guess, is going to play a very big role in terms of security, safety, and everything else. So we have very good controls. And literally, I would get a call from friends of mine who were fathers of young people saying, could you do me a favor? Could you get it approved, please? My son is driving me crazy. So we're getting it done, and they have a big audience, and we have great American investors. And here's your final copy.
I don't like it. I don't like our culture going TikTok.
Maybe if you want, we could take a couple of questions on TikTok, and
there
then we're going to get onto something completely different. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, you mentioned that China was resistant. Can you describe where China is now? Are they fully on board with this?
They're on board. I spoke with President Xi. We had a good talk. I told him what we were doing, and he said, go ahead with it.
The algorithm is still being leased coming from China. Are you satisfied that there's no security concerns?
Yeah, I am. I really am.
It would push disruptive.
The biggest reason is that it's owned by Americans, and very sophisticated Americans, and people that love the country, and very smart Americans too. So they don't want anything like that to happen. Yes, please.
Thank you. Is there any operational relationship with Chinese entities or staff to execute the deal?
With who?
With the Chinese.
I don't think so. Not that I know. No, this is going to be American operated all the way. And great respect for President Xi, and I very much appreciate that he approved the deal, because to get it done properly, we really needed the support of China and the approval of China. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, now that Americans will have operational control, do you want to see the algorithm suggest more MAGA-related content prioritized?
I always like MAGA-related. If I could, I'd make it 100% MAGA-related. It's actually a good question, but I would, yeah, if I could make it 100% MAGA, I would, but it's not going to work out that way, unfortunately. No, everyone's going to be treated fairly. Every group, every philosophy, every policy will be treated very fairly. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you know the valuation? Do you know the American company is going to be valued in the billions?
Well, they valued it very highly. They're paying a big number. Do you want to talk, Scott? Do you want to say something about value?
Well, Scott Bessent with the Vice President, and then I can follow up.
You'll say something.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say all credit goes to the Secretary of the Treasury. Couldn't got it done without Scott. Also couldn't have got it done without Sean Cooksey on my team. So thanks to them. The company will be valued around $14 billion. We actually think this is a good deal for investors, but ultimately the investors are going to make the determination about what they want to invest in and what they think is a proper value. The most important thing is that it does protect Americans' data security. It ensures TikTok is still accessible. And on this question of the algorithm, which we've heard this a lot, what this deal ensures is that the American entity and the American investors will actually control the algorithm. We don't want this used as a propaganda tool by any foreign government. We want to make sure that our people and our investors actually make these decisions based on what's good for their business as opposed to what's good for another government's propaganda arm. So that's what we've done with this deal. I think it's very good for the American people. And as the president said, young people love this. We actually want everybody to access this, whether they're MAGA or not. We just want it to be fair. We want it to be fair to everybody, and we think that's what's going to happen with this new arrangement.
I don't like it.
And just to follow up on the Vice President, there were two pieces to the transaction. The Vice President's office has worked since the spring for the commercial transaction between the investor groups, and then Treasury and a group including the Vice President's office were in Madrid 2 weeks ago to negotiate with the Chinese, and it was a result of President Trump's close relationship with Party Chair Xi that we were able to get this across the line. We created a framework for Party Chair Xi to agree, and then on the leaders' call, Xi and President Trump discussed the final arrangement. So it was 1-2, and that was the final piece.
Will the U.S. government get any kind of annual payment as a result of this deal?
Taxes. It's going to make money, and we're going to get a lot of money in taxes. And you know, China wanted to see this go. This is a great legacy for China, too. I thought President Xi was great in terms of his approval. We probably could have done it a different way, but it wouldn't have been the same. It wouldn't have been the same security at all, but I appreciated that he approved it.
So aside from taxes, there's no part of the deal that is like a payment to the U.S. government?
Well, we're going to be announcing different things, but the U.S. comes out great. And I think China comes out great because they're going to have a very important legacy. And they have many other deals. You know, they have deals with us, and they have deals in here in this country. And, you know, they want to be treated fairly also.
So, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, the U.S. company could change the algorithm to push different content? Is that...
The U.S. company will have control over how the algorithm pushes content to users, and that was a very important part of it. We thought it was necessary for the national security element of the law. We also just think it's important to protect American users. Again, we want users to use this platform the way they want to. We want the business to make decisions about content based on the interest of the business and based on the interest of the users, and that's what we think will happen with this new arrangement.
And they're paying a lot of money, and I think hopefully it's going to be a great deal. They're very sophisticated people. You'll see a list. Have you seen a list yet of the people? Well, you've been reading about it's I know Michael Dell's involved, and Rupert Murdoch's involved, and a lot of...
Should we take a break? We're kind of late on the break. We keep going, but yeah, we'll get out of here. And plus, I still don't understand the TikTok deal. Anyway, we'll come back. 4:33. Come repeat, Flounder. Here we go.
Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. Can I have your attention, please? I have an important announcement. Our president has a backbone. Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for the American people. We sleep better knowing our country is protected. And speaking of protection, criminals laugh when you purchase a fake safe from a big box store. There's no better time to visit Atlanta Safe House and see what a real a real safe looks like. But wait, there's more. Now through the end of the month, save hundreds of dollars on all Browning, Fort Knox safes and vault doors. Drop by one of our locations or go to AtlantaSafehouse.com.
Well, so far, no exciting news involving David Van Sant and my issue with getting my car fixed when I got hit from behind. I have no problem with the insurance companies so far, and I'm assuming there won't be. But in case there is, I got David. I got my guy. I love saying I got a guy. I got my own lawyer, David Van Sant. And it's true because he does this for at least work for the insurance companies. A top trial lawyer in Georgia. He's on that list. He's a super lawyer on that list too, which most lawyers can't say. It's a big time Charlie, and it means that he wins. And when insurance companies see his name on the phone, no, I don't want to take it. You take it. Get Mikey to do it. It's just he used to work in the systems, But it's not just car wrecks. He's a personal injury lawyer. So if you had something happen to you, or you've had a dispute where you didn't get your fair share or whatever, that's where David Van Sant comes in. He does. And don't forget, you're number one. If you don't get paid, he doesn't get paid. So this is totally on him to make sure you get what you are due. It's complicated. Let him work it out for you. Don't argue with those lawyers. That's not any fun. Here's the number, 855-GA-INJURY. Online, vansantlaw.com.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Brandon Hutchison, Executive Vice President and General Manager of Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Make no mistake about it, we're big customers of Georgia Power. It really is a true partnership. We've ran NASCAR's highest level of racing. In the early days of Atlanta Motor Speedway, Atlanta International Raceway, as it were, they raced twice a year, and that was about it. And then we started figuring out that this is an 850-acre campus that can do so much more. And it's not just the larger events that impact the region, it's the local events that really impact our community. It's a big responsibility for us to be such a big player in our community, and there's no doubt that Georgia Power has fan experience front of mind all the time.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit GeorgiaPower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
All right, let's go back to the White House. Donald Trump talking about tariffs and helping the farmers among the live news conference.
To reach their end user, to market their service and their product.
Well, thank you for that question, because honestly, we were getting hit up. They use it for virtual advertising, and they pay very little for it and nothing for it. And small businesses have become very successll because of TikTok. And,
he went back to
TikTok. You know, when everyone's saying, oh, TikTok and this and that. But over the last 6 months, I was called by so many people saying they're going to go out of business if they can, because they use it virtually as a advertising tool. And without it, they wouldn't have anything. They wouldn't be able to get the word out about their good product or whatever it is they're selling. So it's a very important thing for small business. It's another reason I wanted to do the deal so badly. So let's go to another subject now, if we might, okay? And Will?
All right, here we go.
About farmers,
Yes, go ahead.
What does that look like? Is that going to be direct checks to farmers?
A farmer's deal with tariff money.
Decided that we'll be dealing with Brooke later and your Secretary of Agriculture, and we'll figure out how to get money to the farmers. And again, this comes out of the large amount, hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money that's pouring into the country. The tariffs, remember when I said a long time ago, I said it's the greatest word, it's my favorite word in the world, then I had to say, I was forced to say other things, and of course, rightfully so. Love, family, religion. So I think I put tariff number 5. I was forced because the fake news did a big number on me. It's one of those little, but let's say it's my 5th favorite word, the word tariff. But it's making our country very rich. And when our country is rich, I'm able to help the farmers, and I'm able to help even other countries that are in trouble, you know. But we're able to help people that are in trouble. Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It's all a benefit of this tremendous amount. And I hear numbers coming in today, Scott, where the numbers were very high. Right?
Treasury Secretary.
The economic numbers were off the charts, sir.
Unfortunately, right? Because this is the only country in the world where you announce great numbers and the stock market goes down. Because when you announce great numbers, they immediately want to take that success away by raising the interest rates. Why can't they? You announce great numbers and let them lower the interest rate so you can make numbers. This is the only country in the world. They announce, I don't know if you heard. Could you just tell them what the number was? And
it was 3.88% growth, the biggest in years. And the important thing is the president says this is going to be non-inflationary growth, just like it was in his first term. So strong growth, low inflation, real wage gains, and to the question on small business optimism under President Trump last week hit a multi-year high. So small businesses, Main Street is back under President Trump.
But isn't it crazy? So I saw the market was down a little bit today. I mean, in all fairness, I don't feel guilty because we've set every record you can imagine. But it was down, and I say, oh, the numbers must be good. Meaning the growth numbers are phenomenal. And again, this is during, but a little bit of the heavy, the really success and the money pouring into our country through the tariffs. And I just say, why can't we have great numbers and lower the interest rates so we have even greater numbers? So people were saying, oh, the numbers are so good, they're going to have to raise interest rates. That doesn't have to happen. And there's no inflation. We have really, the only thing we have is great success. We're having unbelievable success. So the numbers are much higher than anticipated, except for by me and Scott and some of the other people. And they'll get a lot higher than that, too. But I don't want to, every time we have good numbers, say, let's take all the juice out by raising interest rates. It's so backwards. It's so backwards.
Mr. President, they don't appreciate the importance of the third leg of your stool, because trade, taxes, and deregulation allows for significant upside growth without inflation. So eventually the people at the Fed will be able to focus on this like Alan Greenspan did in the 90s. You can have strong growth and low inflation, and I think we can get the stock market up, Wall Street, Main Street, both doing well.
And we want low interest rates. There's no reason that every time we announce these record numbers, these numbers are way above projections by, all the great geniuses out there. And I knew this was going to happen. So they had 71 different people, and only 2 got it right. Me and another gentleman from, I think, my wonderful Wharton School of Finance, actually. So anyway, but I really want you to look at that. Every time we have good numbers, they say this is a good time because they're guarding against inflation that may happen in 2 years from now. We have to change. We have to change our thinking.
Take another question.
We should be rewarded for good numbers, not penalized.
Take another question.
So, Mr. President, is that 3.8? Is that the start of a 3% growth for the entire year?
You know the number was projected at 2, because we're in a little bit of a transition period, but that transition period's ending faster than we thought on tariffs. The money coming in is much greater than people thought. And there's no inflation, essentially. There's no inflation. We just went through the worst inflation in the history of our country under Sleepy Joe Biden. He was sleeping, and the inflation was really bad, worst ever. They say 48 years, I'll take that too, but I think it was probably the worst inflation we ever had because of spending and energy going through the roof and everything else. By the way, energy is way down. And you're going to really be impressed when you hear what happened today with President Erdogan of Turkey. I think it's great for both countries. I think it's great. We have great relationships with a lot of countries, and you may be even more happy when you find out, because we spoke with Bibi Netanyahu today, and we spoke to all the leaders in the Middle East, who are great people, and we're getting pretty close to having a deal on Gaza, and maybe even peace. which would be the first time in about, 2,000 years, I think?
You buried the lead.
In the region, I'd say the first in, Steve, what would you say, first in 2,000 years or maybe 1,000?
2 millennium.
It's a long time. Yeah, go ahead.
Did Erdogan agree to stop buying Russian oil? Did he?
I don't want to say that, but if I want him to, he will, yeah.
But he didn't make that assurance.
Well, I didn't say, okay, you stop, but I believe you. I believe he will stop it, yeah.
Did you make a deal?
You know why?
You got mad at Turkey buying Russian oil.
He can buy from a lot of other people. You know who really can't is
He told him in person, face to
Hungary's
face.
got, they're landlocked. And they don't have a nice ocean where ships can sail in from all over the world. They have one pipeline coming. Because I spoke with, he's a great guy, he's a great friend of mine, but that's a harder one for them. And Slovakia too. They're sort of married to one pipeline. So I just don't want to have people go blaming them when we spoke to them at length today, and it seems like that for them it's a little. But that's not. Turkey has a lot of options. He's a great president, a very smart man, and he's going to take. He's going to do what's right. But we had a very good conversation having to do with the purchase of military equipment, etc. Any other questions?
Did you make a deal on F-35s, Mr. President?
I will be able to easily if I want. So we may do that, yeah.
But not yet.
Well, it depends. He's going to do something for us, yeah. Please.
Is the U.S. going to lift sanctions on Turkey?
Can I ask you, we're a few days away.
By the way, here we go with this guy. Go ahead, let's go. Let's hear the question.
We're a few days away from the end of the fiscal year and potential shutdown.
Right.
Is there going to be a government shutdown?
Could be, yeah, because the Democrats are crazed. They don't know what they're doing. They want to have the border opened up so that criminals can pour in. We're doing unbelievable borders closed and people are coming into our country legally. They continue to want to have men and women sports. They continue to want to have transgender for everyone. They want to raise everybody's taxes at a number that's not sustainable. It's the only time in the world I've ever seen a party that wants to raise taxes. I grew up in a family where I'd watch politics, and I always liked it from the time I was very young, but I'd always see politicians say, we will lower your taxes. These guys, they campaign on raising your taxes, but they want to raise taxes very substantially.
The one thing they're concerned about, look, Republicans have total control of Washington. You guys have control of the House, the Senate, there's you.
Well, when you say control, so we need 60 votes for this, and we have 53 Republicans, so we need 7 Democrats.
And those 7 Democrats and others are asking for an extension of a tax credit on people who get the Affordable Care Act and some other government-backed
To not shut down the government.
Are you willing to
Well, what they're really asking for is they want to pay for illegal aliens that have come into our country by the millions and get onto the rolls.
They want the USAID money
back. Our people don't want to do that. Our people are taxed enough. We just approved the largest tax decrease ever in the history of our country, including the extension of the previous Trump tax cuts. The tax cuts that we just approved, they want to use those tax cuts to give the money to illegal aliens, people that came into our country illegally and that are leaving the country. There's been a self-deportation because of what we've been doing that's been incredible. Okay, yeah, please.
Secretary Exo.
I don't know if we keep going, but
from all around the country on Tuesday. Will you also be there?
From all around the country to what?
To Virginia.
I don't know. Let's take a break here, but he'll probably still be talking.
Well, I know. I love it. I think it's great. Let him be friendly.
Okay. Donald Trump live again. Run the country live in front of everybody at the White House. We'll be back. Hold on.
The Kimmer Show is live until 6 p.m. and Extra 106.3 has the rest of your night covered with Jesse Kelly up next. Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon at 9 p.m. and The Guy Benson Show at midnight. All live on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Looking for the perfect car, truck, or SUV? Jim Ellis Buick GMC has you covered. With a huge selection of new and used vehicles, finding the right fit is easy.
Whether it's a Buick Enclave or Envision, a GMC Acadia or Yukon, or the power of the Sierra and Canyon trucks, and the best part, you're never alone in the process.
Their expert sales team helps match you with the right vehicle, while their finance specialists make buying simple and stress-free.
With decades of experience, Jim Ellis Buick GMC understands the importance of offering an expansive inventory that fits every driving performance performance, style, and budget need. Plus, every new Buick and GMC comes with cutting-edge technology, premium comfort, and advanced safety features so you can drive with confidence.
Already a Buick or GMC owner? Well, keep it running like new with their state-of-the-art service center staffed by factory-trained technicians who know your vehicle inside and out. Start your search at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person in Chamblee off Peachtree Boulevard, inside the perimeter, or in Beaufort off Highway 20 near 985. Jim Ellis, Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Lowe's for Howard Brothers and Toro. It's September, football's back, the mornings are cooler, but that grass, still growing strong. That's why you need a Toro mower. With powerful engines, precision cutting, and comfort that lasts, Toro makes quick work of late season mowing. Keep your lawn looking game day ready. Get your own Toro from Howard Brothers. Their experienced team is ready to serve you at any of their 7 locations across North Georgia. Find one near you at howardbrothers.com. Howard Brothers, serving the community since 1955.
Hey, Atlanta Braves fans, this is Kelly Kroll asking you to step up to the plate for the men and women who have served our country and protected our freedom. The Warrior Alliance, an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, is helping thousands of veterans to achieve success after military service. Either you or someone you know has served and deserves our support. The best way to say thank you for your service is by helping a veteran round the bases on their journey home. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Some remodelers are too big to care, others too small to count on. Southern Exteriors hits the sweet spot. Big company buying power with hometown heart. Hates Tug, and I trust them for siding, roofing, gutters, windows, and doors. Over 1,000 projects a year, top materials fast, prices fair, and jobs on track. Plus 25 years of true local care. Call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co. That's southernexteriors.co.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. Many people assume their taxes will automatically go down once they retire and stop collecting paychecks. Sean, is this a dangerous assumption?
It can be, because you know what? Lower taxes in retirement can be a myth. It's not always true, right? Remember, up to 85% of your Social Security benefits could be taxed, right? Your traditional IRA and 401k income is 100% taxable, so that needs to be accounted for. And that's why it's so important to find ways to reduce or eliminate your taxes wherever possible.
Tell us about the offer you have for our listeners.
Hey, look, now is the time to start looking ahead and identifying your tax liabilities in retirement. Well, we have a great resource for you guys. We have what's called the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit. You can get a copy today by calling or texting the word WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped put together this just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement. It has chapters on everything from Social Security to investments to income planning. We include guides in there as well as on strategies for income planning, for taxes, and even dealing with recessions in retirement, among other things. So if you want to get this information in your hands today, call or text the word WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer. Get your Retire Happy Framework today. Just text WISE to 770-802-2200. And the team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm does not provide tax services.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite. If there's fire, you can grill at Southern Thunder Barbecue School. Our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. A hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbbq.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
Look out. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, 454. Foo Fighters, 2007, their 6th album came out, Echoes, Silence, Patience, and Grace. Nominated for 5 Grammys, won Best Rock Album, and won the British Award for Best International Album. Foo Fighters. in 2007. And our birthday update click list here, the magnificent Cheryl Tiegs. Cheryl Tiegs, the supermodel and Sports Illustrated cover type woman. Cheryl Tiegs is 78 years old. And she was like my second favorite. Kathy Ireland, number one. Cheryl Tiegs, and then all the rest of them, including the one who married to Billy Joel there, Christy Brinkley. And on this day in history, well, in fact, tell me, let's go back to Donald Trump. He's saying the Democrats are psychopaths. They're going to get communists in New York.
I don't think they're very much.
But some of those cities have World Cup games. Yeah. Seattle, San Francisco.
They're going to be very. They're going to be very secure.
But could those games move if they don't cooperate with your prime push?
Well, that's an interesting, I guess, but we're going to make sure they're safe. They're run by radical left lunatics and that don't know what they're doing. Look at Democrats. Washington, D.C. I just got numbers. There's like no crime in Washington, D.C. You, Jeff, will not be mugged walking down the street. You can walk down the street with your family. You can walk down your street with your wife, your daughter, your son, and you're not going to be. We took out 1,700 career criminals that we're not allowing back. And we have this city in great shape. You know, there was a time when not long ago, when every single week you'd have at least one murder. And look what's happening with Washington. It's safe. I went to dinner in Washington just to prove a point. I gave a press conference in the middle of a street. I wouldn't say Secret Service was thrilled, but I did it, and here I am. Look, Washington, D.C. is such a great example of what can be done. We did it in 12 days. We made it very safe in 12 days, and now it's much safer than that. One other thing, I drove around Washington over the weekend, and I said, look at the difference. The grass looked great. Everything looked great. You know, we had a lot of our National Guard, and we didn't ask them to do it. They did it themselves. They're proud. They're great. And they were picking up paper. They were cleaning. The place looked really beautiful. So we have a great Washington, D.C. We, as you probably know, we're going into Memphis, and we're going into some other cities, and very soon we're going to go into Chicago. It will be safe for the World Cup. If I think it isn't safe, we'll move it into a different city. Absolutely. We'll take the world. If I think it's not, it's actually a very fair question. If I think it's not safe, we're going to move it out of that city. If, like, the governor of Illinois, who is, you know, look, last week and the week before, 11 murders, and 38 people were shot. Then he gets up and says, this is a very safe, and then he says crime is better. The reason crime is better is because Cash put, about 5 months ago, a whole team of FBI people there to get ready for when we go in, and they've lowered it a little bit, you know, like 20-25%, which isn't good enough, but it's a good start. But that was only put there because they're preparing for us to go in. And they've done, by the way, they've done a good job. So then Pritzker gets up, we've lowered crime 25. It's because the FBI was there. So, no, if any city we think is going to be even a little bit dangerous for the World Cup or for the Olympics, you know, where they have Olympic overthrow, right? But for the World Cup in particular, because they're playing in so many cities, we won't allow it to go to, we'll move it around a little bit. But I hope that's not going to happen, yeah.
Mr. President, Director Patel this morning indicated that the shooter in Dallas had been using an app to track ICE. Does your administration have any plans to take down those apps or get them removed? Or
I was tracking ICE on apps.
I can't tell you about that, but it tells you when they want to wear masks or they want to hide a little bit, why that's so important. But these are great patriots, the ICE, and what a tough job they have. What an unbelievably tough job they have. And think of it, what are they doing? They're taking hardcore criminals out of our country and putting them back. These were largely criminals that were given to us by Joe Biden and his group of radical maniacs that surrounded this desk, just like these people surround the desk now, but they're not maniacs. They're very solid people.
Thank you, sir. We're going to break for the news here in a second.
I'm glad I prefaced it. But they're great. We have a great cabinet. We have great people. And he didn't have great people. He had terrible people. Look at Afghanistan. Look at the people he had running our military. That could happen. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country was Afghanistan. and 13 young people died. They don't ever talk about the 38 that were horribly wounded with legs and arms and everything else. Really
Donald Trump live at the White House. 106.3 WFOM. Kevin, Pete, and Flounder, 5 o'clock. Holy crap, it's sports coming up. More news. And back to the White House if he's still talking. Here we go.
And Shannon Burke.
And Shannon Burke. Oh, my God, Shannon Burke. Next.
The Morning Extra. Every weekday morning from 6 to 10 on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta. A Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
A big step towards saving TikTok. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want to have TikTok closed.
President Trump just signing an executive order on a deal for U.S. investors to take most ownership of the social media giant, also controlling the algorithm instead of the current Chinese owner. Vice President J.D. Vance calls it a big day.
This deal really does mean that Americans can use TikTok, but actually use it with more confidence than they had in the past, because their data is going to be secure and it's not going to be used as a propaganda weapon against our fellow citizens. We're very excited about it.
Congress requiring TikTok to divest or face a U.S. ban. Today's order creates a window to finalize the deal. President Trump says China's president approves. The president also just telling reporters there could be a government shutdown next week, earlier accusing Democrats of making unreasonable demands.
People that entered our country illegally, they want to give them massive federal money. And we don't want to do that because it means everyone's going to just keep pouring back. Right now, we have absolutely perfect borders.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries says federal law prohibits using health care funds for undocumented immigrants and that no one's asking to repeal that. He also says this to the White House budget chief.
As a negotiating tactic, our response to Russ' vote is simple. Get lost.
This after a memo suggesting agencies prepare for possible mass layoffs instead of just furloughs if there is a shutdown. Investigators say the man who opened fire on a Dallas immigration facility yesterday, killing a detainee, was targeting ICE agents. Notes found in his home.
They say that this was planned out over a period of months, with him searching for an app that tracked ICE agents and downloading a document with DHS facilities on it.
Fox's Nate Foy in Dallas. America is listening to Fox News.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft. If that happens, LifeLock gives you the U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims. Your agent handles it all. In fact, they're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. It's nice to have an expert like that on your side. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Let's get it together, ladies. Left shoulder, right of leg, ready on your dog target. Hair, help, hair, help, help, help. Road guards out. Hair, help, hair. Look out. It's only me. It's only the giver with Pete Davis and Flounder. And I believe we link a Rooney here with Man Country, Florida, and incredible Shannon Burke.
You still can't get it right, Shannon.
Yeah, I know.
What happened? We still give something bad?
Man Country. Country Man. It's Florida man.
Florida man. I don't know. I don't know anything.
How you guys doing up there?
I don't know. We're alive. We're walking upright and, weird people thing, good stuff going on with this country. Holy smokes!
What do you think about the women eating tons of Tylenol after Trump said don't take Tylenol?
Good. Fine. They'll get what they deserve, and they're
Darwinism.
Darwinism. One lady is on a ventilator because she took too much.
Yeah. Well, good. This will be a good example. This is why people should know what happens, and we'll pass it along for those who are going to be idiots, and then you'll know exactly what's going to happen.
I think Trump needs to test the theory, and he needs to come out and publicly in a statement somewhere goes, I think bald women are not attractive. They're not attractive at all. And then watch women shave their heads all over X and Twitter and Instagram.
I mean, it's just, it really is two countries. We really can't get over what's
two realities.
Yeah.
Two cultures.
I've never seen so many people try to convince you the political beliefs of an assassin or a sniper for so long and so hard. It is that blows my mind.
I know, but it's one after another. I mean, the Democrats are now going, turning to assassinations. And by the way, how many snipers with a rifle on a roof do we have to know before we realize that this, oh my God, it's astounding the violence on the left and now I love it. They're saying, well, the violence on both sides has to stop. Both sides.
Yeah. Even The Atlantic wrote an article about how the left-wing violence is on the rise, from a left-wing outfit like that. Yeah, you're right. The both sides issue is dead in the water.
And even worse, Hillary Rodham, P. Stinky Fart Cabbage, actually had the balls to say it's about time that political groups stop trying to put people in different categories and divide the difference a bit. Oh, my, you mean like bucket and basket of deplorables?
Yeah.
What they've been doing for 10 years? I mean, my God.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about this recent burst of violence? Do you think it's over, or is it?
No, I don't think it's over at all.
Begin?
I don't think it's over at all. And in fact, we just did a story a few minutes ago about how the fans in the chat group, the gaming friends of this guy who shot up the facility device, they're all making fun of everything and saying, "Oh, you should have been a better shot. He didn't kill enough." And it's just they're not stopping. They're doubling down. They're doing it publicly. They're bragging on social media about it. It's like the ladies taking the Tylenol pills. They react and they do it publicly and having a ball. I think we're in trouble. I think it's going to get worse and worse. And I'll tell you what, I'm ready. I'm not, especially the stage of my life, I'm not taking this crap, and I'm not, I'm right about here, and so it's not going to take much, but I'm wary, I'm aware, and I think it's going to get worse. I don't see any sign of anything getting better at all.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, it is sad. I may not be a role model here. Please don't, and I hope I'm wrong. Believe me, but I'm upset and I'm angry and I'm tense about it and I'm ready and aware. And when I ride my chopper, I'm going on vacation to see my kids. But the next time I get on my chopper, wearing my Marine Corps vest and the blue unit or the police union stuff kind of things, I'll be aware. I'm telling you, we're targets out there for these people.
Yeah, we are. I don't get out much anymore. So.
Well, I mean, I'm not a target. I'm not, I'm not significant enough in anything. But still, people who show their patriotism, I wear Marine Corps stuff every single day. Part of I make it a work uniform to wear Marine Corps something so that if people know where I stand, and I do it specifically. My parents taught me that if you're in trouble, look for someone in uniform. Look for a cop or anybody in a uniform. If you're scared, lost, don't know where you are, something bad happened, look for someone to help you. He'll be a cop or somebody wearing a uniform. And that's why I do it every work day, just to let people know where I stand and that I'm here.
You say you're wearing a uniform to work?
Well, no, I'm Marine Corps.
Shirt is your uniform.
That's my. I can't. I don't wear my. I'm not on active duty, so I would never, demean the uniform of the Marine Corps. But I wear a Marine Corps shirt and a hat every single day at work. Not on the weekends all the time, but at least 5 days.
Dockers. That's
right.
Duty.
That's as USMC, baby.
What do you make of how the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing shook out?
Oh, what a freaking fraud! What a joke! Although I'm glad some of the network TV station affiliate people stayed to their guns. Stayed where they were. So, but him, it made me sick.
I didn't hear an apology. I
There
didn't
was no
hear
apology.
the crocodile tear cry,
please.
fake, baloney, phony, and he got a pop in his ratings, but
Of course, we knew that was going to happen. Everybody's
Absolutely.
But then he had the balls. He actually went and said it was never my intention to try to blame the violence on one group of people. That was exactly his intention.
That's exactly what he said.
That was his goal. I mean, and why people aren't calling him out on it? Well, I guess Fox News is, and nobody else. And then he's also claiming that he beat the effort to condemn freedom of the press, to stop freedom of the press. It was a victory for freedom of the press. It had nothing to do with the freedom of the press.
Right.
It wasn't free press. It was free enterprise. I mean, the whole thing is just appalling. It's just sick.
I don't. Do you think he hangs around? I mean, you would think that a guy like that who works mainly in anti-Trump humor would have quite a bump after Trump was elected. He didn't. He slid 43%. Of course, you got a bump after this debacle here, but
not for long.
He's missing 70 or so affiliates. I don't know how long that lasts. So you think he'll hold up, or he'll?
I really don't. And the problem is, I think if he could pull it off, and I don't know how he could, he'd lose his whole audience if he just goes back to trying to be funny.
No, he can't, though. He's locked himself into a corner. He's lost everyone on the right. He's lost a lot of the people in the center. The only people he has left is the left or the far left. And if he doesn't keep playing their game, they'll leave him too.
Yeah, he's stuck. He can't go back to just being a funny guy with girls bouncing on a trampoline. It's over.
Why should NBC or ABC be forced to lose whatever 35? I've heard of $40 million a year because of that show every single year. When
business,
right? And Sinclair and Nexstar, they don't believe that he is there by having him on as their night show. They don't believe that they're serving their communities the right way, which they have to. They're the only ones with licenses to lose. ABC doesn't have a license. The affiliates have the licenses.
Yeah, FCC has nothing to do with networks or cable, MSNBC or CNN or anybody else. Podcast, nothing. FCC's got nothing to do with any of those people.
I mean, that's where he would find his niche. We hear the left needs their own Joe Rogan. The left needs they don't have any outstanding streamers, podcasters. And look, when Tucker left Fox News, he stepped into an audience that was 10 times what he could get on Fox. And you know how many sticky. I'm not trying to help Jimmy Kimmel become richer than he is, but I don't know why he feels he needs to have that show. Because they all know it's a dying format, and why fight so hard for it?
I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't. I'm kind of surprised that someone like Nate Bargatze, who I happen to think is fantastic,
I do too.
Isn't kind of try to fill the void and say, tell you what, folks, we'll put together a team here and we'll have the Nate Bargatze late time talk show and go back to just being freaking funny.
Well, I'll tell you why, because Nate Bargatze probably makes about $70 to $100 million a year now touring, and he's going to have to take a step down to $15 million a year.
I don't know. I just, I'm kind of surprised. And once again, every once in a while, they'll play Johnny Carson bit pops up and says, we just to be funny, have fun, talk about stuff that people enjoyed and had celebrities and tell stories, and that was it. Good night, have a great day. I mean, what's wrong with that? I mean, seriously.
Right.
Why did that stop?
Well, that was back when you can have a civilized conversation with a Democrat.
Yeah. Right.
Unhinged.
Right.
It's impossible now.
Yeah.
I mean, completely. That young conservative activist tried to get into a church where the DA, woke DA, was talking, and they wouldn't let him in to have a conversation. They don't want to have a. That's why Blue Sky is all liberals on Blue Sky, because it's just one giant echo chamber there of a bunch of liberals deciding which conservative they want to murder next.
I saw the social media video and news video the other night about the guy who took his MAGA hat and tried to have a discussion on HBC, historically black college, and got chased off. They had to have a police escort to get him off of there. We don't want you old white supremacist on our campus. Holy cross, State University chased him off. I mean, attacked, screamed. I mean,
who did this?
Tennessee State University.
I know that, but who's responsible for that attitude of, actually, a guy with a MAGA hat, we better get over there and get violent with him? Yes, the Democrats and their buddies and the
social media and MSNBC and CNN and the mainstream media are all saying that ICE people are Nazis. They're saying that Donald Trump's been a Nazi now for what,
12 years.
So, I mean, of course they tried to kill him.
Donald Trump wants to control free speech. He's trying to kill Jimmy Kimmel's First Amendment right. He's the worst ever. And all free speech is at risk. They don't remember 4 years ago, all these guys, hundreds of conservatives just kicked off of social media. Oh, we don't like what you said. Yeah. You're gone forever. See you later. And most of it directed by the Biden administration. They all admitted it.
Google just admitted it. Zuckerberg has admitted it. They've all admitted it.
And by the way, why didn't that get more publicity as a story?
You know why.
Well, but still, you'd think, even on Fox, I mean, it was covered a little bit, but then it disappeared again. That is a major, I mean, the whole thing of what the FBI did and saying, hey, Zuckerberg, how you like that little wife of yours kind of stuff, and they proved it, and I'm just, I hope mainstream America understands how bad it was. I don't think they really understand how bad it was.
He testified in front of Congress that he censored did the bidding of the Biden White House, and how they would call and scream at him. How come you haven't taken this guy off yet? You did it.
I know.
They are the party of censorship, and sadly the party of violence.
Yeah, absolutely. Their first reaction, which is stunning. I mean, when did that happen? Well, of course, back in the Chicago 8 and stuff like that, and those days a long time ago. But still, I don't know what happened to make it this bad now.
Well,
and getting worse.
Yeah, it is. Did you see Leo DiCaprio on a podcast announce what his name was going to be if he had followed his...
I saw that they wanted him to change his name or something.
Like Lenny Williams or something?
Lenny Williams.
Lenny Williams.
Because Leonardo DiCaprio was too ethnic.
But Lenny is not...
And I think Benicio del Toro was Benny D.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm going to be Kimmer the K from now on or something here. Oh, Lord.
Lenny Williams. There's nothing remarkable about that name at all.
Oh, mercy.
Oh, well.
And have you seen Alyssa Milano's gotten rid of her boobs? Took off her plastic boobs.
I guess she got the mileage she needed out of them. She made quite a bit of money, for some of her life with all her natural breasts, and then she got them. But normally when women take them out, the big ones out, they go in with something smaller, unless they just hang.
I don't know. I think they... Well, I don't know. The only I'm familiar with women who took them out.
Yeah.
And as far I know 2 women who took them out, and I don't think they put anything back.
Cardi B just had half of her rear sucked out.
Oh God!
She had a butt reduction.
I got to eat later.
What's his name?
She got a butt reduction.
Oh,
and,
God.
I mean, I expect her to brag. I expect her to brag about plastic surgery. But why would Alyssa Milano even announce it? No, people are going to start noticing she doesn't do anything right now.
Look at me.
Yeah. All of us. And again,
I think Cardi B's down to 2 park benches right now.
Alyssa Milano was the one who complained about police officers and defunding police. And then she called the cops when somebody showed up she didn't like in her neighborhood. Remember,
with a pellet gun.
Yeah. So, anyways,
she's also the one that sold her Tesla because Elon Musk is a meanie and she went and got a German Volkswagen car.
Germany,
I got bad news for you.
Guess who designed that, honey? Ferdinand Porsche, a good old friend of it. Guess
Fun times. Well, you guys got any idea why Hegseth has ordered thousands of military leaders to meet at once?
In
one place?
Anti-left terrorism.
Pete was saying this may be they say we're going to start doing something about these, figure out these leftists. But again, why would it be all the top brass? I don't know. It would be investigators if he was trained like FBI agents or something. I don't know. Unless he's going to announce he wants to reduce them 20%. Maybe he's going to announce, here's your name on the list, and 20% of you will go home. I mean,
well, no, it's like Blofeld in the Bond movies. He gets them all in one room, and one of them drops down into the shark pit.
It disappears. That lady with a thing in her shoe puts a little button on him or something. Like, zoink. Mercy. I don't know. It's going to be next week, and we'll see.
Yeah.
From all over the world, too. That's what's cool.
Everybody good? Everybody's feeling good? Health is good?
Yeah, and we're going on vacation next week. So we'll be seeing you after that, and I'm going to go see my kids and grandkids. And
you coming down here to Florida?
No. They're actually. I'm going to Colorado this time. I go to Colorado. I go to Florida in the spring, every late March, first part of April.
You can pick up a package for me out there and mail it back.
I'm not traveling back with any packages in my
Ernesto will beat you at the border.
If I were driving, maybe, but I don't. Seriously, I don't think I'm going to have anything to do. I didn't even want the odor on me. If you don't.
All right, boys. Always good to hear from you guys.
All right. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Come see us on that Harley of yours one of these days.
I will, brother. I will.
Lovely bride on the back of it, too.
Oh, yeah.
All right, man. Thank you. Shannon Burke and Florida Man Country. I think I get it right?
Yeah.
Florida Ho.
I'll get you a sign next week.
Oh, my God. All right, and now on this day in 1992, Magic Johnson quit George Bush's National Commission on AIDS because of lack of support. Yowie. And now, sponsored by RBM of Atlanta. Holy crap, it's sports with Pete Davis.
Well, Justin, I'd hope Charlie Morton will start this Sunday in the season finale.
Excellent.
He'll be the opener before Chris Sale steps in and takes the ball. Charlie Morton going out a starter as it should be against the Pirates, a team he also pitched for after he left Atlanta.
Are they going to give him a full inning or something, or a couple of pitches, or what? Do we know?
I think they'll give him at least
a couple innings.
I don't think
maybe?
they'll bring Chris Sale in the middle of an inning. No.
No, but probably at least one. I hope one inning and does well, and off we go. That'd be great.
A standing ovation as he walks off.
Absolutely.
Braves begin their final series of the season tomorrow night in Truist Park. First of a three-game set with the Pirates, the 6-15 righty Mitch Keller for the Bucks, the 5-6 Joey Wentz for Atlanta. Pittsburgh coming off an extra inning win over the Reds in Cincy last night. The Mets have a one-game lead over both the Redlegs and Diamondbacks for the final NL wildcard spot, and I believe the Reds may have won this afternoon. They were up 2-1 in the top of the ninth with 2 outs, and a Pirates player took it to the fence, and the right fielder jumped up and saved the game.
Whoa!
So that may have saved the Red season so far.
Holy cow.
What a way to end it, that's for sure. Speaking of the Metropolitans, here's another example of liberal hypocrisy in sports. Mets announcer Gary Cohen has yet to apologize, as far as I know, to Cubs rookie Matt Shaw for calling it weird that Matt missed a game to go to his good friend Charlie Kirk's funeral. But Gary Cohen himself missed a game this year, a day of work. You know why?
Maybe somebody's funeral, or I don't know.
His dog died.
Oh, my. Well, now, see, I would also miss a day if my dog died, but then I wouldn't be a hypocrite by saying this guy who wanted to go to Charlie Kirk's thing didn't miss it. Yeah, right.
When Bear died, I did not take a day off. I thought about it, but I did not. I wouldn't begrudge Gary Cohen for taking the day off for his dog, except Gary refuses to do the same for Matt Shaw when a human is murdered.
Right.
Isn't it funny how they're way?
Yeah.
Speaking of Matt, all he did was go 3 for 4 with 3 runs scored and driving in a run and a 10-3 Cubs spanking of the Mets last night. So sucky, Gary.
Yeah, eat me. How about that?
The Guardians are now a game ahead of the Tigers in the AL Central. They were when I wrote this earlier. Wow. A historic comeback. Cleveland was 15.5 games behind in July.
That's amazing.
This will be the greatest comeback ever if this ends this way.
Yeah.
Detroit has lost 11 of their last 12 games. Even the Mets are laughing at the collapse.
Holy, 11 out of 12?
Yeah, right down the stretch, too.
Man.
This is...
Oh, brother.
Catcher Cal Raleigh of the Mariners slammed homers number 59 and 60 last night, becoming only the 4th American leaguer to ever reach 60. For what Carol Merrill has behind door number 3, name the other 3 American leaguers.
Oh, God, who have 60 home runs? Oh, wow. American leaguers. Babe Ruth. Obviously.
Babe Ruth, yes.
Mickey Mantle. Oh, no, Roger Maris. Roger Maris.
Roger Maris.
Roger Maris. And,
3 years ago. Also a Yankee. All 3 were Yankees.
Oh, my God. I should know. Why do I know this?
Short porch helps a lot.
Not that shortstop guy who used to play for Texas. He hadn't got 600. Oh, my God.
Big guy.
What's his? The judge.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge, yeah, that's right. I forgot he started coming back again. He had a terrible slump there for a while, and he started banging him again. Oh,
he's doing great. 50 homers plus this year, too.
Excellent.
NFL tonight, Seahawks visit the Cardinals, and the Commanders will let the doctors decide if quarterback Jaden Daniels will play Sunday here in Atlanta. If not, Marcus Mariota comes back with Dan Quinn. Wouldn't that be a kick in the...
Yeah, boy.
Receiver Casey Washington back on the practice field in Flowery Branch after battling a concussion. Kyle Pitts and safety DeMarco Hellams also practiced. That's good news.
Mm-hmm.
College football, Army at East Carolina tonight. Who you got?
I got to go with Army, as all the Marines were taken, but we'll go with Army and military.
Black Knights at the Pirates.
Yeah.
Looks like most of ESPN's so-called experts believe the Crimson Tide will win in Athens Saturday night.
Oh, please. Are you serious? You can't be serious.
Yes, but don't call me sure.
I mean, really? Alabama?
Well, Alabama's had Kirby Smart's number. So there is that, including last year when Georgia should have come back and won.
And we have a new quarterback, so we'll see. Maybe it gets rattled if they have a defensive scheme. We'll see. That's going to be a great game. Is it on TV? I hope it's on TV.
Oh, no, they're not going to put the game of the week on. Of course, it's Saturday night.
Is it ABC?
It's the game.
ABC or ESPN? Well, both. Same thing.
Yeah. This weekend, the Nittany Lions will host the Ducks. Penn State head coach James Franklin is 4-20 against top 10 opponents.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
UEFA, the governing body of Euro-Weenie soccer, is threatening to suspend Israel for playing in Europe. At Euro-Weenie soccer games, they're allowing fans, though, to bring in signs accusing Israel of genocide and killing babies, which is funny because I don't seem to recall seeing any signs in Europe against killing innocents when Hamas invaded Israel 2 years ago and murdered children and children in their mothers' arms and mothers in front of their children, then raped and pillaged, attacking a music festival. Nor do I remember any pontificating from UEFA about that.
Yeah. Freaking phonies.
But the anti-Semites is what they are.
We know where they stand. Yeah, Jew haters, Democrats.
Well, most of the people who hate Jews in this world are in Europe.
That's right.
Not the Middle East, Europe.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. We don't know.
I'll bet that's
the
true. Ryder
Cup starts tomorrow up at Bethpage in New York, and Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy has so far played the part of villain.
Uh-oh, really?
Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah.
So he's been the villain so far.
Yeah.
Which is why it came as a surprise today at a news conference when Rory called the United States, quote, the greatest country in the world, end quote.
Wow.
Going on to say, quote, everyone wanted to make it in America. It's the land of opportunity. And I still believe it's the greatest country in the world. If you come here and you work hard and you dedicate yourself, you can be or do whatever you want. I am unbelievably grateful and lucky that I got to come to America early on. I think success is celebrated here. I think there's a wonderful sense of work ethic. I live here. My wife is American. My daughter is American. I have a lot of affinity towards this country, and I think everyone who lives here should have that same affinity because it is a wonderful place, end quote.
Whoa, wow, and double wow.
Having said that, despite he's just recently moved to England.
Yes, well, that's not good. Now, I wonder whether anybody like in Ireland is giving him any grief about calling another country the thing or something with her.
I'm sorry, hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just checking with everybody to see if anyone gave a flying what people in Ireland think about us. Considering they're handing their country over to the barbarians as fast as they can.
Yeah,
Ireland needs to be worried about Ireland right now, is all I got to say.
It ain't happening either.
And I'm Irish, I can say that. So
yes, you can.
This day in sports history, September 25th, 1929. Let me take you there.
All right, sure.
At Fenway Park, a telegram is shared at home plate with the Yankees during the fifth inning, informing the team of the death of their manager, Miller Huggins, who Babe Ruth fought with, but then later said he was my father figure, basically.
Wow. Huh.
The crowd rose, the center field flag lowered at half-staff. Home plate umpire Bill McGowan requests a moment of silence in Red Sox territory for memory of the Bronx Bomber skipper.
Well, that was nice during the game.
Yes.
Cool.
Huggins died of a form of sepsis made worse by influenza and high fever. We always hear about how great St. Louis Cardinals fans are. You know how they're great fans? They'll tell you.
They'll tell you they're,
how loyal and knowledgeable the Cardinals fans are.
Yeah.
Not always that way. In 1932, the Cardinals drew 279,000 fans all season long at Sportsman's Park.
Wow.
Which was actually the Browns' park. In fact, their AAA affiliate in Columbus, Ohio, outdrew the Cardinals by 31,000 fans.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. 1954, a crowd of just 14,000 Fenway faithful fans paid tribute to retiring Red Sox outfielder Ted Williams, playing his last game at home. The Splendid Splendour's retirement lasted until May, when his divorce became finalized, keeping his contract for being part of the settlement.
I'm very
1965, at the alleged age of 60, Satchel Paige, the oldest major leaguer. The future Hall of Fame right-hander blanked the Red Sox for 3 innings, gave up just 1 hit to Carl Yastrzemski in a Kansas City A's win in Kansas City's Municipal Stadium. 1968, after going 1 for 3, Mickey Mantle, with 2 outs in the 9th inning, stepped up to the plate. His last Yankee Stadium at-bat, the aging superstar got a walk against Cleveland starter Luis Tiant, who's going to strike out the next batter for a 3-0 win for the Indians at the Bronx ballpark, but his last was a walk. He retired the next year. 1974, in the first of its kind operation, Dr. Frank Jobe transplanted a tendon from Tommy John's right wrist to the Dodger pitcher's left elbow. The revolutionary ulnar collateral ligament reconstruction, which will become a standard surgical procedure better known as Frank Jobe surgery, enables the southpaw to win an additional 164 games, which is more than half of his career 288. What were you saying there?
I believe that would be Tommy John surgery, sir.
Oh.
Very nice try. You want to hear more on Satchel Paige while you look for your next thing?
No, I don't.
Okay.
You can do it after the break, though. I want to hear more after the break, because the Braves actually gave him his pension by re-signing him. Excellent. 1984, pinch hitter Rusty Staub became only the second player to hit a round tripper as a teenager, and then after his 40th birthday, a walk-off homer off Larry Anderson gave the Mets win over Philly at Shea Stadium. Who was the only other man to hit a home run as a teenager and a 40-year-old?
Oh, boy. Who played long enough to be 40 and was it wow
local boy
40, not Dale Murphy.
No,
he wasn't a
before
teenager.
that.
Chipper Jones wasn't 40.
Way before that.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
No, from Royston, Georgia.
Oh,
a movie with Tommy Lee Jones.
It's not
Ty Cobb.
Ty Cobb. All right.
All right. Now you can do your story if you want.
Well, I just got 10 seconds worth. Leroy Page got his name Satchel as a nickname. A little boy working as a luggage carrier at the Mobile train station when he was 12. He was a truant and a shoplifter. They sent him to industrial school for Negro children in Mount Meigs, Alabama, where he learned how to pitch.
Saved his life.
And saved his life, yep. Anyway, Kurt P. Flounder, 531. How's it going? Here we go.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort for the fall and winter. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your furnace running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. Turn to the experts for your system's maintenance at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert since 1947 and one of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hey, we got your backyard stuff ready at Stovall and Company. Yeah, they got 11 locations now. You know, the latest one up there in Canton. And Paul and the boys, if you call them and get a hold of them and say you need something right now, you got a big project, wholesale landscape supply stuff that you need for the guy's house you're building, well, it's probably on the way already. They go above and beyond. In fact, I love telling the story. One guy needed stuff for his project, and Stovall and Company didn't have it, but they told him where else to get it and lost the sale, but they did the right thing. I mean, you want those people working for you. Landscape supplies, sprinkler systems, and, sod and trees and plants and flowers, the whole deal. StovallInc.com.
If you've been waiting for the right time to make the switch to electric, this is it. At Jim Ellis Chevrolet, limited time incentives on select EVs are here now, but only through September 30th, 2025.
That means if you've had your eye on an electric car, this could be your last chance to save thousands of dollars.
Whether it's the all-new Chevy Blazer EV, the powerful Silverado EV, or something in between, now's the time to plug in and move forward.
Plus, at Jim Ellis Chevrolet, we make the switch easy with expert guidance, flexible financing, and a friendly team ready to help you every step of the way.
Don't wait. Visit Jim Ellis Chevrolet today or head to JimEllisChevrolet.com to find out more. But hurry, these savings disappear after September 30th. Jim Ellis Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Ever dreamed of taking batting practice like a big leaguer? Now's your chance to swing for the fences right on the field at Truist Park, just like your favorite Braves players. Grab your crew and enjoy 45 unforgettable minutes of on-field action. Whether you're a diehard fan or just looking for a legendary experience, this is your moment to shine. Visit Braves.com/FanBP to see more details and to purchase this experience starting October 2nd through the 18th. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
Don't believe this nonsense you see on TV commercials about how uncomfortable a CPAP mask is. Take it from me. You wear one, especially the nasal pillow I use, for one night, and you will fight anybody that tries to take it away from you. But if they do take it away from you, you can get more at cpapsetc.com, cpapsetc.com, with a store in Alpharetta, same-day shipping. To your health, cpapsetc.com.
Life is unpredictable, but when trouble comes, you need a team you can trust. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we've been helping families for nearly 20 years, providing fast, professional, and discreet service. With 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham, we're available 24/7 to get your loved one home, quick and with care. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT, that's 404-BAIL-OUT, or visit atlbail.com today.
It was nearly 2 years ago that terrorists murdered more than 1,200 innocent Israelis and took 250 hostages. Today, it seems as if the cries of the dead and the dying have been drowned out with the shouts of anti-Semitic hatred. And the most brutal attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust is slowly being relegated to the dustbin of history, and yet it is still going on. We have to promise each other never to forget. As the world looks away, a light shines in the darkness. It's a movement of love and support of the people of Israel called the Flags of Fellowship, and it is organized by the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. And on October 5th, just a few weeks away, millions across America will prayerfully plant an Israeli flag in honor and solidarity with the victims of October 7th, 2023, and their grieving families. And now you can be part of this movement as well. Get information about how you can join Flags of Fellowship, the movement, now at the Fellowship online at ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org.
I'm Pete Davis, and pro and college football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now, right here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on touchdowns, passing yards, INTs, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can start with as little as $1. Tonight, I have Seahawks rookie Torrey Horton higher on his receiving yards projections, and Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson also higher on his. It's simple. It's fun. It keeps me locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code 1063 to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063 for $50 in bonus funds. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. You can be next. Underdog. Make picks. Win money.
Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
It either is or it isn't. When it comes down to it, that's all that really matters when choosing a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz. It's either certified by Mercedes-Benz factory-trained and certified technicians, or it isn't. It's either backed by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 7 years, or it isn't. Welcome to RBM of Atlanta's Fall Sales Event, now through September 30th. Come in today and take advantage of finance rates as low as 2.99% APR special financing on select models. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Because in the end, it's either a Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned or it isn't. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Not all offers apply to all vehicles, and special financing available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through September 30th, 2025. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Promises made, promises kept. The president is making the economy great again. He's securing the border for America's safety, and the mainstream media still wants to tear him down.
The media wants Donald Trump to fail. That's their goal. That's how they'll report his progress.
But we know the truth, and we give you the perspective that other stations won't. Atlanta's only conservative voice is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
How you doing? Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. 539. 404-741-1230 if you want to join us with Ozzy Osbourne. It was on this day in 2000, Ozzy Osbourne formally requested that Black Sabbath be removed from the nomination list for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. 25 years ago on this day, calling the inclusion meaningless, Ozzy Osbourne went on to say, let's face it, Black Sabbath have never been media darlings. We're a people's band, and that suits us just fine. Okie dokie. Ended up all right for a while there. Let's see, Pete, a couple of sports birthdays here, sir. Scottie Pippen. NBA star Scottie Pippen, 60 years old today. I did a lot to help Michael Jordan, those guys of those days, the Bulls, as I recall. Scottie Pippen, 60. And Matt Hasselbeck, whose wife was part of The View for a long time, as I recall. Matt Hasselbeck, 49, the former quarterback. Was he the one who got replaced by Brady?
No,
when he
that was Drew Bledsoe.
Bledsoe, that's what I was thinking of. Matt Hasselbeck is 49 today. And let's see. Oh, and I was on this day, Marv Albert. 1997, Marv Albert pleaded guilty to assault and eating a woman in a hotel room by chewing on her shoulder, among other things, and trying to actually take her flesh. NBC found out about it, fired him a few hours later. A judge eventually vacated the conviction, and Marv Albert kept working, and he was fine. One more tidbit in history here. Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez L.D. Balboa became the first European to discover the Pacific Ocean. He crossed the Isthmus of Panama to the Pacific Ocean, the first European leading an expedition to have ever seen or reached the Pacific from the New World. Balboa's ensuing fame posed a threat to Pedro Arias de Villa, the Spanish governor of Darien, who falsely accused Balboa the explorer of treason and chopped his head off. Hey, I'm just, the messenger. Anyway, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, 541. How's it going? Let's see. Pete Hegseth, the Department of War Secretary, has ordered hundreds, like 800 military commanders to Virginia next week for a meeting we don't know anything about. And really, generals and admirals, and we don't know why. And, we'll find out. The fact that it's public. Now, he didn't, as far as I know, I can't talk. As far as I understand, this was a leak to the media that this meeting was called. And then the War Department had to say, yeah, we're not saying anything about it, but we're having
You know who leaked it?
Yeah.
one of the liberal generals
Exactly, yeah. And maybe that's what it's all about. He's got a list of people, and he may say, I want to do this in public in front of all of you so you know what's going on. You, and the rest of you are out. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to weed out the libs.
He should.
The silly millies.
Exactly.
The Petraeus.
All those people involved in the Afghan withdrawal, as an example, they lost their ability to lead, and they disgraced their brass on their uniforms for what they did. Even the Marine general who was part of it, there was like a Marine lieutenant general, as I recall, and he said, it was my worst experience as a Marine. I'm embarrassed and ashamed that I let them get away with this. As I recall, he said something like, I should have stood up and started punching people in the face and saying, don't do it, and he didn't. Because it was, it was the system. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how they don't leak to the media when something like that's happening.
Right. Yeah, I know. It's just, and again, I think that's all different now. I really, I think if nothing else, those are some of the things happening in the changes. Anyway, a couple of quick newsy things in case you missed it. Donald Trump has signed the TikTok executive order. And among other things, it looks like there's a deal with China, which the TikTok will be run basically by the Americans taking care of the algorithms. And your data is supposedly going to be safe or safer. And we shall see. I still don't like it. I don't like how this whole culture is now dependent on freaking TikTok. Donald Trump has pretty much admitted that if it weren't for TikTok, between that and podcasts, he wouldn't be president.
Right. Well, TikTok is too important. That's why they're trying to save it, because there's too many people. Hell, I'm on it now.
I know.
But I don't post anything I think the Chinese would be able to use.
I know. But again, our lives are, on your phone, posting things on TikTok.
It's the number one thing with a certain age group right now. And if you want to make money, you got to use it.
Yeah, that's right. And again, and it shows the generation gap, and this is really true. I can't imagine wanting to be on TikTok. Although I love when libs of TikTok post something that's a great newsy thing, and I love it. I appreciate it. So clearly, I appreciate TikTok as a thing, but I can't. It makes me icky just to think about trying to spend my day on the stinking phone looking up things. It's like those Reels thing to pop up, and I get stuck in those, and I'm thinking, what the hell am I doing?
You know what's funny is a couple weeks ago I was in the cardiologist waiting room, and there's a man and a woman. They're both over 80 years old, and they knew each other, so they started talking. And the man actually said, loud enough for all of us to hear, said, "Well, those kids, they're not on Facebook anymore. They don't use that."
The kids.
You're right. They don't.
Those kids. Well, hell, yeah.
Well, at least he knew.
Duh. All right, 5:45. What would you do if you're in a store and you saw some lady you don't know reach over to her young daughter and smack her as hard as she can in the face and say, "Shut up, you're not getting anything"?
How old?
Young. Hard to tell, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old.
Was it 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10?
No, it doesn't say, but it was a child. And we'll get to it. Hold on. We'll see. Kimber P. Flounder, quarter six. Stand by. It's all good.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Extra 106.3 and crystal clear digital with the all-new Extra 106.3 app. Get Extra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I've learned a lot about this car buying process from you. Is that typical of most of the clients you've worked with?
Yeah, I'm finding out it's even more typical. I mean, people are learning more and more, and maybe it's because I overload them with information because I want to be able to sleep at night. I want to make sure you know everything.
Do I have to have a particular make and model in mind when I call you, or is it just open to anything I want?
It's open. I can get any make, any year, any model.
I might be looking to trade in my vehicle. Can you accommodate that as the honest car guy?
For sure. I mean, we love it when people want to trade in cars because, honestly, it's best for you to trade in the car. Why? Because you get a tax savings.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the honest car guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Are you looking for something simple but delicious, sweet but also savory? Discover Schumann Farms Sweet Onions. Schumann Farms is a third-generation family farm with the Real Sweet brand sweet onions. Whether you're grilling, sautéing, or simply adding a fresh crunch to your salad, Schumann Farms has you covered. Look for Schumann Farms Real Sweet brand sweet onions at your grocery store and taste the difference for yourself. Schumann Farms, the Georgia family farm growing tradition and the world's sweetest onions.
Here today with Evan Ward from Atlas Retirement. And Evan, I know you've been quite busy in the office these days. So let's talk about some of the things folks are calling you most about here lately.
Well, Kevin, the biggest thing people are really talking about right now is retirement. And I look at retirement as a journey, not a destination. The goal of almost everybody out there is to grow and preserve a tax-efficient portfolio so they can actually enjoy their retirement. And that's why I partnered with Market Guard. I get a lot of the same questions. Evan, when do I sell? When do I hold? And if I sold, when do I get back into the market? In my opinion, that's market timing. And in my experience, market timing, it can be quite confusing. And we have to look at it and allow the math to do the work.
Everybody has a different appetite for risk. So where does Market Guard fit in?
Well, if you want asset preservation and you don't want it to go down due to market volatility, we have portfolios that are designed for this. But if you want to participate in those larger markets, Market Guard can also offer more stock and aggressive portfolios for those that are looking for that kind of strategy. And here's what I propose for our listeners today. For the next 10 callers, we're going to do a Market Guard portfolio comparison, side by side with what you're currently doing, and we'll show you how your 401k and other investments are doing. And we'll make recommendations, and then you can see the difference between Market Guard and what it can do for your portfolio. After that, you decide if you want us to do a complete retirement plan. So give us a call today. That's 678-736-7799 and ask for your complimentary Market Guard portfolio comparison.
Again, call Evan Ward with Atlas Retirement. That number, folks, 678-736-7799. And you can pick up your complimentary Market Guard portfolio comparison. That's 678-736-7799. Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turfco. We're a family-owned and operated independent local company here in the Atlanta area. We've been in business for over 15 years. We install several different types of artificial grass. One is landscape, which looks like real grass for your lawn. The next one is pet turf. Pet turf is a little bit shorter than landscape, and it's more durable. And the other one is putting greens. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hey, it's only the Kipper here. You hear me raving about my friend Jeff, the owner of Peach State Windows. Well, Jeff's been serving Georgia homeowners with excellence for almost 50 years. You know, he knows Georgia homes, Georgia weather, and Georgia construction better than pretty much anybody. Simply put, these guys are the guys to use. Now, listen, wait a minute. Don't be fooled. Other companies waving around similar deals. They don't have Jeff's experience, and they sure don't deliver the same Peach State quality. Speaking of deals right now, listen to this. Jeff and his team are offering 8 Energy Star double-hung vinyl replacement windows installed for just $39.95. That's 8 top-of-the-line windows installed for under $4,000. And Jeff is offering no money down, 0% financing for up to 12 months with your good credit. Don't forget, tell them Kimmer sent you. Additional savings only available to Extra 1063 listeners. So don't wait. Lock in this amazing deal on windows today at peachstatewindows.com. peachstatewindows.com. 1980, bad news, Led Zeppelin. John Bonham, the drummer, died. He was only 32 after a heavy drinking session. Bonzo, as they called him, found dead at the guitarist Jimmy Page's house. He was dead from what they called asphyxiation after inhaling his own Vodka and drank too much vodka. 40 shots in 4 hours. During live sets, his drum solo, Moby Dick, would often last for half an hour and regularly featured his use of his bare hands. John Bonham, the drummer, Led Zeppelin. This is the day he died in 1980. In 2007, Ludwig issued a limited edition drum kit in Bonham's memory. Okey-dokey. A couple of birthdays. Let's see. Ada Turturro, 63. She was Janice in The Sopranos. She was also on Law and Order. She was in Nurse Jackie, and I've seen her a couple of times as just a person. Yeah, Blacklist. She was also, sometimes you'd see her as a bit player of a person getting out of an elevator or something. You can always recognize. I mean, she was getting out of an elevator in some TV show. It was the damnedest thing from a couple of years before that. Anyway, Ada Turturro is 63. Janice. Mark Hamill, Star Wars legend, 74, and Will Smith. Get your name out my mouth. Will Smith is 57 years old.
Get
today.
my wife's name out here.
My last name out your mouth. And by the way, this is the anniversary. This is creepy. This is the date, 1994, that Susan Smith. She reported that her kids were taken from her in the thing. Remember the story with the Susan Smith? When I was single in the 80s, living in Chicago, I met a girl from the neighborhood at a bar, just totally by chance, and we ended up together at her place, which has never happened, at her place, and we ended up doing things which also would never happen. And at the end of our thing, I looked up, it was a high-rise, and I looked up, and the high-rise across the way up like the 25th or 30th floor, was a guy waving to me as watching the entire performance, and I'll bet you there's video somewhere.
How does the Susan Smith horrific murder of her children?
Her name was Susan Smith.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where you were going with that.
She was so sweet and beautiful and just nice. I mean, just a sweet girl.
So what happened?
Well, we didn't, I was never going to be in love with her, and I don't know whether she just saw me as I was on TV then and stuff. So, but she was, and whatever. But anyway, it was a wonderful experience, and I looked up, and oh my God, the guy was watching us the whole time. Sorry. Oh, 554. Okay, now here's the deal. Ladies at the grocery store, Dear Abby, grocery store, 2 young girls in a cart. So they're little. One girl making a lot of noise. The mother slapped her hard across the face, yelling, "You're not getting what you want. Be quiet." The woman who wrote this said, "I felt I should say something, but I didn't want the thing to escalate. What would be an appropriate response?" Dear Abby said, "My God, parents don't slap their kids across the face for acting up. They take them out of the store until they calm down." Abby said, "If this happened in public," or her name actually is Jean, "if this happened in public, I would have seen it. I would have snapped a picture of the 3 of them, as well as their license plate of the mother's car, and then I would report the woman to Child Protective Services so they could investigate."
That's smart.
Wow. Hadn't thought of that. I would have confronted her.
Well, if you do that, though, she's going to take it out on the kid when they get home.
That's the thing. Yeah. Like the woman said, I didn't want to escalate it. I didn't want her, the kids really suffer. And again, but that's probably the best advice. Do what's right, and what a horrible thing. God, with children, geez, that's why I hate any movie where I see where a child is in danger or scared. I don't think you should put kids in movies that show them, I don't know, I'm silly about it. Let's see, speaking of healthy stuff, William Shatner, if you just joined us, William Shatner, Star Trek icon, among other things, rushed to the hospital, suffering an emergency medically wise at his home in L.A., but he called them himself. William Shatner's 94. And he said something was wrong, so he called the medical people. They came to pick him up in an ambulance, took him to the hospital. He has a blood sugar issue. He's fine and doing well. And Shatner, at 94, said he had stage 4 cancer, melanoma, diagnosed last year, but he got it taken care of and is going to live for it.
Says he overindulged, so he must have eaten something he shouldn't have.
Yeah, a little extra sugar or something. Hell, I do it every night. I have gravy and salt by the bucket load on my meat and potatoes.
You know what I just discovered?
What's that?
I discovered last night there's been a pizza place 15 minutes from here. That for 2.5 years I could have been eating pizza.
Oh, really? Oh, my. Yeah. Well, do you know anything about it? Is it like a mom and pop thing?
It's good.
Oh, it is?
And it's good.
And now, are you a deep dish type guy or a stuffed crust type guy, or do you have a thing? Or
no, and there's 2 pizzas.
Yeah.
you need the New York thin style in the summer when it's hot, but you need comfort food in the winter, and Chicago style is better for that.
Yeah. I would totally agree with that. Let's see. By the way, just for the record, two things. I saw a story about a homeless guy and his wife who lived in a homeless shelter, or girlfriend, and she had a baby, and the baby was screaming and crying, and they're both like 20-something, and the guy shook the baby so hard that he killed the baby. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. In New York City, a teacher sexually abused a 16-year-old special needs student at her school where she taught, got caught, admitted it, and she has now been sentenced to 25 years in prison for sexually abusing a 16-year-old special needs student at her school. Shook a baby to death, got 7, having sex with the special needs students and obviously abusing him. 25 years in prison. Let that be a lesson. Holy smokes. 5:50, almost 5:58 coming up here. Nicolas Cage, got a new part of Priscilla Presley's new book. I love reading about this silly stuff. Nicolas Cage had Lisa Marie Presley. They had an on-again relationship. They were on his cruise boat one day. They had a fight. She took off her engagement ring and threw it at him, so he picked it up and threw it overboard. The ring cost $65,000, and he hired divers to go find it, and they never did. So then he bought her a bigger one. And then they got married and they got divorced six months later, by the way.
I once got in an argument with a girlfriend who you met once at went to dinner at your house.
The meat girl,
about by Canal Street, and she got mad and she threw not an engagement ring, but she threw a ring she had just bought into the canal.
Oh no, that's not good. All right, Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. Let her rip Friday tomorrow. Flounder, one more Flounder's funny. I think we got
the South. When you go back, it's great. It's very polite. We're very polite people, and that's the best. But it can also be the worst. Like with dry traffic, is just like, you gotta go, guys. Like, what are we doing? No one goes. Everybody's too nice, you know? Merging on the interstate just looks like we're trying merging for the first time. People just stop on the ramp and they're just like, I would like to be invited out there. You know, I don't feel like they want me out there, and I think they should. What if I just stop and you're like, yeah, let's hang out here for a little bit, you know? Maybe the interstate will all slow down to the exact same speed. A four-way stop is just 4 cars telling each other to go. No one goes. They just sit there, no, you go. And you're like, no, you should go. No, how about you go? And then someone's just got to get out of the car and go, guys, I'm out of the car. I'm taking myself out. All right?
Nate Bargatze. I'd love to see him do a late-night show. I would DVR it and watch it, I promise you. Anyway, Kimber, Pete, and Flounder, boys, have a great night tonight, and tomorrow, Let Her Rip Friday. Anything goes. Neil Bortz will join us, and in the meantime, hoorah, Semper Fi, Christine, sing me, oh, baby, I gotta go, you're killing me. Well, herb. Look out.
The Kimmer Show is live on your ride home on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3